Oh boy. Peace, family. All right. Yeah, let me work out this audio. You dig? I sent the Zoom link. Click the link. Join me. Truth Ministries was good, my brother. Let me fix this audio. All right, the audio should be fixed now. You dig? Technical difficulties. So let me know. Let me know, family, if I'm still echoing. You dig? Because on my part, on my side, it sounds perfect. Let me know if I'm echoing, okay? Okay. Hey, yo, peace to, let me get a shout out. Peace to I'm Helm, Decent. What, how the hell Decent ain't got a wrench? All right, Decent, you are moderated now. I don't know, how the hell you didn't, hey, Decent, okay, that must be a new name. Yep, you got the exclamation mark. Hey, Decent, that's a new name you got there. I see the exclamation mark. That means that your channel was suspended. You are funny, yo. Oronde Branch, what's good? Ricardo Robinson, peace. Rashu, you already know. I set the link in there for you. Jordy Breeze, peace, peace. Rozzy Rose, you already know. Truth Ministries, you dig. Brother Mathis, the Brothers UK, what it do? Yeah, yo, Decent, yo, you, yo, Decent is funny as hell, yeah. Yo, you are funny as hell, yo. Hey, yo, my God. But I tell you one thing, bro, like, they don't understand you. You dig? So they be offended, you know what I mean? But like, they don't know. It's like, it's all good. Yeah, yeah. So we are definitely here, you dig? I might turn my camera on. All you gonna see is a nappy head, you dig? I'll turn my camera on, but like, what's the point? You're gonna see a nappy head. I ain't gonna let no barber cut me right now. You dig? Hell no. I'll trim down my mustache, my beard myself. But the hair, that thing gonna do what it do. You dig? So I might cut the camera on. I'm gonna first I'm gonna cut the beard and mustache down first. Then I cut this camera on. But yeah, man, Sinetta been on fire with the debates. You know, 2,000, 3,000 views. You dig? 2,700 on that Gorilla Hebrew debate. You dig? That's definitely being successful. So his plan to introduce us to all these debates back to back was a successful, marketing scheme. You dig? So what's goody? So it was a good dialogue. Chief X, your brother Jabari. I already told Chief X that I was gonna come in late on that thing, so I ain't watch everything. So I can't give an opinion. I gotta make sure I watch it all first. You dig? So what you guys think? Yeah, the Hebrew numbers be crazy. So what you guys think? So look, hey family, look. We got 3 likes, we got 1 dislike. So the person who disliked the video, I got I got suspicion who I think it is. This is I think it's an actual woman. At first, I thought it was a man, but I believe it to be a woman and a specific woman. So, guys, what I don't like, I don't care about likes and dislikes. By the way, I have a real life and a real employment. So those, well, I used to have real employment, but when we get out of this pandemic, I'll be back good. Don't worry about it. So, but what I don't like is the dislikes near the likes. You dig? So, again, I don't care about the likes. I don't care. You dig? My channel is small. I won't make any money, but I want you guys to at least get those likes away from that dislike. I got one dislike in there. I don't like the likes near the dislike. So please help me out and get those likes away from that dislike. Please. That bothers me. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. Hold on a second. Let me see anybody. I'm gonna throw the link in there. Yeah, get those likes up. I don't like my likes near like that. That bothers me. Again, if I had 0 likes and 0 dislikes, I wouldn't even care. But when we got a hater around, somebody who's hating me for their own personal reasons that make it their business. I mean, it's crazy because they're actually a subscriber. They actually subscribe to my channel. You dig? They subscribe to get the alert to go ahead and just press dislike. But like when you're doing well, that's what happens. Because again, I'm a real person who before this pandemic was doing good in real life. So no bum person, no bum man, no bum woman can you can press dislike all you want. But the issue is for you is that when this pandemic is over, you're gonna be who you normally are, which is a bum. And I'm gonna be who I normally am, and that's somebody who made it through life. I'm successful. I made it. I figured out a way to make money. Not right now, because the government shut me down. But when this pandemic is over, I will be right back where I was. Trust me. So you can press dislike all you want. I don't get one red dime. Well, I'm lying. Some people did donate to me from Cash App, but y'all get what I'm trying to say. Like when I pay bills, when I pay bills and go pay for food, go out to shop, none of that is influenced by the internet. You dig? Well, not YouTube. So the 2 dislikes doesn't bother me because you are a bum. You dig? Get on my level in real life. You dig? Do what I can do in real life, and then we can talk. This internet world, you can have it. I'm here to vent. I'm here to share expressions. I'm here to share thoughts with the family. You dig? If you guys can, and I'm also here to share the panel with you. I'm not here to be king so-and-so. I'm here to share the panel with you. That's why I allow so many people on. Come on here. 10 people, 20 people. Come on. You dig? I ain't trying to be y'all teacher, nothing like that. I want to share information with you guys. So just know that. Just know that. I'm not here to act like I'm better than you guys. My opinion is no better than yours. Y'all, we all are brilliant. That's why we're here. As I explained before, we are the all-stars of our communities. You dig? Everybody in this chat right here, you are the smart ones in your circle. So the way I put it, I never heard anybody put it like this. So you guys had to hear it first. I consider us the all-stars of our circles. You dig? So the way you level up is you meet people, you meet your peers. You dig? If you're the smartest one in your circle, then you're no longer amongst your peers. So all of us in this chat, we are the smartest ones in our circle. So we are officially our own peers. You dig? If you're the smartest one in your circle, you are no longer amongst your peers. You are above them. So that's what I say. So we are the all-stars. Mika, peace. So you already know what it is. So I threw the link in there for anybody who wants to join. You dig? I like my panel because they're open and honest. They don't agree with everything I say. They have no problem disagreeing. They have no problem going the other direction. So we don't have yes men and yes women on our panel. I don't want that. I want people who are going to challenge my thoughts because they actually make me better. They make me be careful what I'm gonna say. Some people only want yes people. You know what I mean? But so I threw the link in there. We got Sosa on deck. I'm gonna share the link again. I seen Zen in there. I want Zen to hop on. You know the regulars and all the guests. So Sosa, Truth Ministry is supposed to be doing a presentation tomorrow. He said he's ready for a presentation.
For sure.
The Watcher piece. Yeah, hey Sosa, yeah, I texted the Watcher earlier. You dig? I had a question. He didn't respond. But then I see on Sonetta hours later, he's on Sonetta chatting and stuff. Like, oh, come on, bro. You could at least tell me you're busy.
Yeah. My messenger, like, if I don't see that shit first go around, it's a wrap. I just saw your text this morning.
All right.
Text about the paperclip shit. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah. So let me say peace to God Body Sean and Rakim. So yeah, so I texted you earlier, Social, about that because I have a Truth Ministry. What is your presentation about again? Let the chat know what you're going to be doing tomorrow.
I've heard it before, but I just don't recall what it was in reference to. Like somebody.
Yeah. So let me say this. So the Operation Paperclip and the dude Bird who I sent you, like these are Peace AJ Black Man. Like these are real people. These are real events. But Social, what I found out was this. I found out that people are taking those real events and real people, and they're pasting their own agenda on top of their what happened with them in history. You dig? So these are real people and real events that actually happened, but they are pasting conspiracy theories on top of it. So basically, when you hear about Operation Paperclip, unfortunately, you're gonna hear about a conspiracy that go along with it. So you might try to throw everything away, and you're gonna be in trouble because the paperclip thing is what I know. It's like a real thing, but the conspiracy is fake. So they're giving their fake interpretation and they're adding in things that was not said during that particular operation. So anyway, so to build you up real fast, they're using that to support their alien theory. So that's what it's all about. It's to support the extraterrestrial UFO thing. It's weird because you be like, yo, how did you just paste that on top of that? You dig?
Who's trying to present that though? Somebody trying to present that?
Bruh, that's unbeknownst to me, brother, that's viral. That's well known, bruh. And that's what I was asking you guys, have you heard of it as well? Yeah, like, yo, one of my close friends, like he swears by it, bruh.
You know, like back in the day when, a lot of stuff wasn't really known, they investigated a lot of stuff. Like They looked into telekinesis. You know what I mean? People wanted to find out if this stuff was valid. So they, So they took a lot of time looking into telekinesis and all type of shit, mind control. You know what I'm saying? That's why most of these stuff would date back to like 50s and 60s. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Some more. But after the 50s and 60s, they realized like, this shit suit up. And they start closing down all those little, you know what I'm saying, the little sites and agencies, stuff like that.
Yeah, word, man. So I text the Watcher. He knew about it. Joshua Kane knew about it. I sent Zen a couple videos on it, but nobody really, like, everybody knew something of it, Sosa, but nobody was fluent in the conspiracy, which is a good thing. But my boy, like, he's fluent in this shit, and like we're talking on the phone, and I'm trying to avoid an argument so much. I'm like, I ain't trying to argue with you, dude, because I really don't know about this. But the dude, like, he swears by it. Like, this is the real deal. These are documents. Aliens are real, and the government is hiding it. And I'm like, okay.
What's up?
We hear you, but the Watcher, your mic is always on some like volume 2 type stuff.
Nah, because I got my laptop halfway across the room, so
Okay.
That's why I never have my.
You gonna need a real microphone. I gotta donate you. I'm broke, but I gotta donate an extra microphone to you.
Yeah, you ain't gotta waste your money, man. I can get one. Is that any better? No.
It's a little better, but I'm letting you know, if you talk the same time Zen and social talk, we will never hear you. So like we will only hear you when there's like a pause, whatever.
Let me see.
We'll hear you. But if you talk when they talk, we'll never hear you. So anyway, since you got the worst microphone, go in. So we got a new guest in the audience. We got a new guest in the audience. His name is Atheist United. You dig? So he's here. Check him out. He just said, "Yo, piece of that." And by the way, Truth Ministry said his presentation is going to be called "Migration, Evolution, and the Importance of Climate Change." He's going to call it in the beginning. So that's what we're doing now, Sosa and the Watcher and Zen. Like I'm giving everybody a chance, opportunity to talk their talk, like whatever they put together and they believe, that they should share with the people. I'm giving them, a small platform. It's small, but I'm gonna give them a small platform to go ahead and talk their talk.
Is this any better?
Yeah, it's way better.
Okay, I use these little Power Beats headphones. I thought I don't have too much time. I gotta get back to grading papers and shit. I just couldn't let you shoot them shots, nigga. That's why you that was gonna make me hop on. Like, no, this nigga didn't. I got you playing in the background. Get on my Amber shit. First of all, nigga, when you texted me, I was in the fucking gym, and I responded back like an hour later when I got in the whip. So I went to see if you weren't live. So I said, let me see if this nigga's inside net of shit. I don't know what narration you were trying to play, nigga.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say like most times when I go live early in the day, I'm probably not gonna be near the computer. I'm letting it run. So I'm probably playing a video and I'm most often away from it. But I do check it from time to time.
Okay. Yeah, because I know you texted me earlier about the what is that shit? That Project Paperclip.
Yeah.
And we went over that. Well, can't say we, but I had a couple of dudes I was with, and we went over that a while ago. I'm not with shout out Asiatic, but I'm not with any of the conspiracy shit. And I sent you a few text messages about it, at least my opinion on it, because I know I wouldn't be able to hang out too late tonight. Let me make sure.
Wait, but you're too late isn't our too late. Like your too late is ridiculous late.
Well, I mean, because I got deadlines. I got to respond to 2 classes, which got like 26 and 29 people in it by midnight over here. So it normally takes about an hour and a half to get through both classes. So I normally just make sure I'm getting it done by 9 o'clock. So I got maybe like about an hour right now. But this is my job on the line, so I can't bullshit and procrastinate too much with that shit. That's why I've been MIA. But after midnight, which is 12 over here, but over there super late, that's when y'all probably would catch me and I miss all y'all shit.
Right. So real quick before Sosa and Zen, Truth Ministries said, what time can I do it tomorrow? Well, Truth Ministries, I'm off tomorrow. You dig? I don't do anything tomorrow. You dig? So I'm available the entire day tomorrow. So you gotta let me know a good time and we'll see if that works for me. But for the most part, I have an open schedule all day tomorrow. As long as you don't say some 5 a.m., 6 a.m. type stuff, we should be good.
So doing
yeah, so Sosa,
that little show.
What's really? Huh?
You might not want to do it while instead of the debate going on.
Yeah, that's 7 o'clock, right? Yeah, that's a good point. So, Truth Ministries, we gotta avoid Sanetta's debate at 7 o'clock. So if you could avoid, you could pick a time before. That's apart from that. That'd be good. And don't forget, like even Sosa's working on something. Like all your presentations, don't forget, like once you do it, it's forever archived. So that means that, let's say if you chose a time that everybody's not around. Well, what I do is as the channel grows, I'll replay. Like for example, when Sosa, when you heard that that discussion with Unc and Double X, you see people thought it was live, right?
Yeah, I heard the show when it when it was going on.
Right. But people in the chat thought it was live, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Double
because
up.
like they were not subscribers at that time. So what's my whole point is, like, when stuff is archived, as the channel grows, people are not going to hear certain things. So when I replay it live, to them it's live.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
because I had Smiles, I had to actually tell him. Like, bro, it's not live. He started really thinking like, you did, like, I'm part of the serial killers, and he's. I'd be like, oh, all right, bro, it's not live. This is a replay.
Yeah, I forgot it was that long because I was like, this is when he gonna say the North Africa zone. Then I was like, damn, I thought he said the dime shit in this motherfucker. There he came the dime like, damn.
Yeah. Yeah, I be trying to avoid telling that it's not live, Sosa, because, you know, as long as you, it's like, think about like a TV show like the Power. I never watched Power, but Power, if people believe it's a new show, everybody's gonna check it. You dig? It's gonna get this most viewers it can get. But if they realize it's an old show or it's being re-aired, you won't get as many people to view it. So when I re-air something I replayed before, I don't let people that know that's not live, because as long as they believe it's live, they're gonna stay tuned in. Once they realize it's not live, the interest might fall.
Marketing.
How funny that shit was. That shit was funny.
My man said the dime thing. That shit was funny.
Damn it.
Yeah. So he tried. By the way, he tried to clear it up with me later.
Who?
Oh man.
But
the dime statement, yeah.
No, I think people would have gave him a pass, but since he wanted to try to act like Unc couldn't use matriculate colloquial as if it had to stick to a first term definition. But when that's what destroyed it. And I think it was Sosa who just ate his ass up with that shit. And Unc did too. So it was like he couldn't get a pass. Especially when he just spent like the last 30 minutes riding Unc on that shit. He couldn't get a pass.
That shit was crazy. You know what I'm saying? And my problem sometimes with the whole X thing, it'd be like, cause that's one of the reasons why I fall back really off Unc. So you know, I have to jump on the panel a bunch. But man, I used to get stressed out arguing like we don't get past a paragraph, bro, and we just be bogged down for like an hour in one little segment. That should be so damn stressful.
Yeah. Well, during that particular, like, you got to understand, a lot of times when X and Unc, it'd be a lot of background stuff that happened prior, and I'm gonna be honest, like, Unc don't be 100. You dig? Like he doesn't be 100. Like when he on the phone with us, you dig? He might concede, but when he goes live, it'd be a different Unc, and that's what catches X. That's what makes him go crazy.
Hey, yo, you trying to say Unc the new X, yo? I mean, X the new Unc. Excuse me.
But I'm just saying, like, when that shit went down, right? All you say is, you know what, bro? When you said matriculate, I was thinking like college, bro. Like, I ain't never heard it used like that. Once you find out locally, like, okay, I got you, bro. And then we gone.
Yeah,
that's it. You was right. It is for a college thing, but it can be used colloquially. All right, boo, ain't no losers. Let's just go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. It should, the whole conversation be about that.
Yeah.
But that's when you see that somebody's trolling, because it's not really about getting to the point. It's just, this nigga done slipped up, so man, I like this shit, just run with it. You know what I'm saying? He didn't give a fuck about what he was going with.
That shit was funny though. He said, "Yeah, nigga, you a bitch to the bitches, nigga." Yeah. A dog piece, a beautiful girl, nigga.
Yeah. See, he messed up because he can't flip that. Like, I'm from Jersey, like he from Jersey. I never heard that before for a guy.
Hey, yo, Unbaz, you ever met X?
Nah, not yet.
Damn, son.
He's scary, man.
That shit crazy.
Yeah, he's scary.
How he scary, but he try to fight police and shit.
Let that shit go, man. Niggas say anything.
Yeah, he's scary, man. So he claims that we're gonna hook up this summer. He claims, and he even that far. He about like 35. he's not like the mall I go to is more near him.
Oh,
So it's like no excuses.
Are you serious?
Yeah, so there's no excuses, man.
I met Sheffrin just because he needed somebody to fix his mixer and shit for his.
Okay. Oh, yeah. He told me it's jacked up.
Yeah. But come on, yo, like you right around the way. Come on, man.
That shit was hilarious. Okay, I gave up. I thought he was wrong, right? Then when he thought he was right. See, he scored. I set him up.
Right.
I'm listening like you ain't set nobody up, nigga. You thought you fucked up.
I set him up.
I let him run his mouth, right? I let him run his mouth all that time, setting him up.
Yeah. Hey, yo, we be having Eagles, bro. Our Eagles would not let us know. You know what I mean? Our Eagles would not concede. Like, yeah, you got me right now. But, man, I don't know what it is, but it's, bro. Our Eagles.
Hilarious. That shit was hilarious. Boy, going in. Oh, shit.
Hey, peace, Haskell. Amber's out there.
And then Haskell, hold on, man. Hold on.
Haskell, he the Garfield of this channel, yo.
Where, hey, Zen, I forgot you was even part of that dialogue, bro.
What?
The dialogue I played earlier. I said, oh, shit, Zen was a part of this?
Oh, yeah.
You stayed mad late, too.
I got on YouTube and I was like, damn, what the fuck? I ain't live right now. Why is my name? You know what I
mean? And then Lynn ass on there, goddamn, man, you know what I'm saying? Man, 600,000 years ago when the man walked around.
Yeah.
That was that night.
Yeah, Lynn.
Yo, that was the first time I ever heard Sosa's voice, man. Or Haskell. That was the first night I ever heard any of you guys. I was in the chat. Like, damn, they do that shit in Jersey? Is that what they Bias responded to me like, hell no, we don't do that shit in Jersey.
Hell no, I don't know that shit.
I ain't never heard niggas say that in their life. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't do that shit in the South, in the Southern.
No, not one male in the state of New Jersey has ever, no straight male, no heterosexual male has ever considered himself a dime, bro. We don't say that.
Yo, that was crazy, man. Yo, I heard that. I was like, whoa, what?
Yeah, I don't know what he was trying to do, but I didn't like it.
He carried it too. He tried to lay it up at the end. He was like, yeah, that's what we do. I'm like, word.
Yeah, nah, I let that be known. Like, X, I never heard that before, brother. You made that shit up, bro. It's okay. It's okay. The same way Unc messed up, you messed up. It's okay to say, yo, my bad, I misspoke. Like, what? Why we can't say we misspoke? Say, yo, we misspoke. Because to me, that's kind of worse than matriculate, because that's a pause. When you say I'm a dime as a man, we're gonna say pause, bro. We're gonna be, pause. No,
hey, bro, I'm gonna keep it 100, right? I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm really waiting on him to bring back that
Greenberg
professor. Yeah, the professor said he was gonna call at.
The professor. Yeah.
Yo, I really want to hear that. Like, I'm really intrigued. He said he's gonna call him. I'm like, I bet. You feel me? I ain't never heard nothing yet.
Yeah. So sometimes like we kind of cap on our abilities.
We throw the ball cap on, huh?
I'm gonna write the mayor. I'm gonna write the mayor.
Yo, but don't forget what Unc asked him. Yo, Unc asked him a great question. He said, "What you gonna ask him?" The ex like, "I don't even know."
How you gonna call him up there? Hey, how you doing? Hey, you remember Greenberg? He'll be like, who?
Where you? Who's that?
You know what I'm saying?
On the archives and shit.
Yeah, like I'm sorry, a linguist. I'm not familiar with him. What did he do?
Yeah.
Shit. He was crazy, man.
Where Amber at?
I seen Amber in the chat lurking.
Whole time.
Amber, we already seen you. You dig? You trying to hide? We already seen you.
Oh, probably she in the cut.
Yeah.
Then Haskell. Sub-Saharan is not a scientific term. Period. Period.
Yeah.
At Haskell hot.
Yeah, that show was classic. Actually, it made me
You know
start
Melvin lurking somewhere too, though.
Who?
I said Melvin lurking somewhere too.
Yeah, that shit was awesome. That shit was
Oh.
awesome.
Okay, hold on. Let me try to take this off. All right, so I'm gonna try to take this meeting room shit off for a second, cause I'm gonna try to run to the store. Hey, yeah, I found out a way to mute people and they can't unmute themselves. I found that by mistake. I said, okay.
Hey yo, so what was your whole Operation Paperclip thing you was talking about?
Yeah, so let me say this. So I got a friend that I like, a close friend. I told the watcher he remind me of him. Like they both remind me of each other. You did, and they kind of look similar too.
Clarify that shit.
Yeah, yo, come on,
Nah,
yo.
Yeah. Look pretty similar. You dig, like in the complexion, the build. Like he's bigger, but yeah, look. If I show a picture of him, bro, I can see I related. You're gonna agree.
You look like a little him.
Anyway.
You look like a little him.
You said a nigga bigger than me?
So anyway, so look, let me. Yeah, now he's more bigger. Like like he's trying to get toned down. But anyway,
like a tiny.
He's hell bent on his alien stuff. You dig? Like and every so often, you know me, I'm no pseudo. So I will but I'm trying not to argue. I'm just gonna have a regular conversation. But then when I don't argue with him, watcher Sosa, he will feel like I'm agreeing, or I'm like he got me. So he'll go stronger. I'm like, dude, just stop, bro. I don't feel like doing this with you, man. Like I don't believe that shit at all. Like the only way I would
so did he send you that video?
Yeah, no, he seen that video because that's what they do. What I was trying to say to him is this. I say, dude, this is why I don't like when people tell me to do my own research. No, if y'all saying this shit, y'all gotta prove it. I ain't doing no research because what happens is when we do our own research, they're not gonna accept it. They're gonna make an excuse how that source is horrible. So I'm saying this. I'm saying, dude, you said it. You produce the information. Let us fact check it. Right? That's the way to do it. So, he didn't send me that because he know if he send me something, I got him. So he wanted to just tell me about it and have me go look for it. So before I look for it, I asked all you guys first. I text all you guys first, and then I went to go look for it. When most of you didn't know much about it, then I look for it. You dig? And I text you where I text you. All you guys that got the video.
But yo,
I found that out.
Even in the video, she didn't say nothing about aliens. That's like if his argument was based off of aliens, like she said nothing.
He's trying to. That's the problem I have. Like, dude, I was trying to, but again, he's one of those guys that I can't tell him how research is done because I can't tell him shit. No, you don't got to tell me. I know how to research. Like, he one of those guys, so I can't even tell him. Like, yo, dude, research is if you're giving me something, it got to support what you're saying. If you're saying something and you're giving me a source, and they're not saying what you're saying, that's poorly cited. It doesn't represent your argument correctly.
Yeah.
She said one thing, you're saying another thing, man. Like she got a whole different conspiracy.
Yeah, is that that video I sent you with Annie Jacobson?
Yes.
What it is the chick write books, bro. So she wrote a book on Area 51, and she also did one on Paperclip. So a lot of science pseudos, they try to blend it together.
And guess what, the watcher? I told him that. I said, look, I called him today. I said, bro, what's disingenuous is this? I said, what disingenuous with her is that there's actually an event called Operation Paperclip, right? And then she wrote a book on it. So when you research it, you're going to come across a book, and you're led to believe, right? You're led to believe that she knows something. I said that's very disingenuous. Don't write a book called about her. Go ahead.
That's the same lady you sent me, right?
Yes.
All right. So look in the video, right? In the video with her and Joe Rogan, when they was talking about Bob Lazar, you feel me? She was trying to say Bob Lazar saw an alien.
Right.
And after she got done saying that, Joe was like, nah. Joe had a conversation with Bob Lazar, and Bob Lazar ain't say he saw an alien. He said he's for a split second, for probably about just like a quick little glance, he saw within like a little 3x3 type window 2 agents looking down at something.
Right.
And he ain't recognized what that something was. He said that was an alien. He didn't say that was an alien. You feel me?
Right, exactly.
And I'm like, that's not. She's trying to change the story, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
For that gray area of where he's like, I don't know what I saw.
Right.
I saw something that seemed weird, but I don't know. I wasn't even supposed to be looking there. And I kept moving. You feel me?
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, peace, Michael.
Atheists United. So wait, let me ask you guys this question. Y'all don't believe in extraterrestrial beings? What? What's that?
Nah, so look, Mike, let me say this. I wouldn't say hey, Michael, let me say this.
Oh man.
Wait.
Hold on. I didn't mean to say believe. I don't believe in shit. I mean, see, I don't think that there are extraterrestrial beings out there.
Michael, that's wait, hold on, everybody.
That's important to me, man. That's
Michael,
important.
hold on.
Go ahead.
Brother, it's not that I'm gonna speak for everybody, and y'all can stop me. It's not that we don't believe in certain things.
I didn't mean to say believe, though. I wanted to correct you. Right. I didn't mean to say believe.
Or even accept. Okay, Michael, we are welcoming any information that you have on anything, and we are the fact checkers. We will confirm it. You dig? We'll go behind you, or you can source up, and we will. This is what anything in general. Any claim somebody has, all we do is fact check it. Right? Yes, all we do. So it's not about accepting or not believing.
That's religion. That's not shit with religion. If you're gonna say it's a sky daddy, show me some proof. You gotta prove it. You're making the claim. I agree with you, man.
So listen, my stance is this. There's no evidence to prove otherwise, but it's very plausible that there's life that exists in the universe.
That's my stance.
As far as it being here on this planet, I don't necessarily agree or have any evidence of that, so I cannot confirm that. So as far as UFOs or something like that, UFOs is just unidentified flying objects, and there's evidence in the past of different countries creating unidentified flying objects, you know what I mean, that have, came up on our radars or have invaded our airspace, et cetera.
Yeah. Let's focus on extraterrestrial beings.
So let me ask you this, Michael. Do you know anything about Operation Paperclip or the dude Bird and Joe Jacobson? Are you familiar with those names or those events?
No, I haven't. I probably not off the top of the head, man. Probably seen something, but is it relatively new or is it something that's
Nah, it's apparently like something that's like known in this country that I was unaware of.
Hey, boss, are you able to just go to the Wikipedia? Because if you just type in the Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, so I think right now, yes, I normally I can do that, Zen, but right now you guys got to do it because I'm like, I can go outside.
Let me see. I'm doing it right now. I got it. I'm already pulling it up. Operation Paperclip was a secret program. Intelligence Objectives Agency, largely carried out by special agents of Army CIC, in which more than 1,600 German scientists, engineers, and technicians, such as Werner von Braun and his V2 rocket team, were taken from Germany. I just watched something on von Braun, actually. So yeah, that's interesting that it's with von Braun. That actually makes me want to look into it.
Let me give a quick summary.
But go down to does it say UFO claims?
Unless you can share your screen and show the audience. Pretty much.
For me.
And just real quick, because after World War II, you got to recognize there was a lot of soldiers and military people that were actually putting on trial at Nuremberg. However,
somebody's background going crazy.
Yeah,
it sounds like an extraterrestrial.
This one.
That ain't me, man.
Yeah, in short, all it was Russia and the United States, they were handpicking and choosing which scientists. They pretty much had like a scientist draft, and they were choosing which scientists to go where because they didn't want to kill themselves with waste of intelligence. So it was an extension of the military arms race, and that's why those were guys who were building the rockets and stuff.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. I was watching something on Von Braun yesterday. How he, how the American military brought him from what they went to. It was somewhere during World War II, and I forgot the specific location. And he had to get funding from Disney, Walt Disney. He went on live television to get his funding to create his whole goal was to build a spaceship that can go into space, that can travel to the moon.
A rocket.
And so he was used like a pawn by the military to create something. So that's really interesting when you're talking about how they got a bunch of scientists. But yeah, man, there's a lot of like you said, there's a lot of plausible information that we have to sort of show that there may be extraterrestrial beings out there. Like, you know what a habitable planet is? Like a planet like Earth that's a specific distance from the sun. Yeah, we found many. We found many of those planets. That is like that's one of the biggest things right now. That sort of supports.
That doesn't point to any extra.
Well, no. But it supports. Like you said, it's just plausible. It's plausible. It's reasonable. You know, and that's one of the things I want to talk about. I didn't say that they're out there, but I mean,
I feel you, but I feel plausible is more strong than possible.
Yeah,
like, there could be a
King Sosa and Watcher.
Yeah,
y'all hear me?
With the conspiracy theory too, because
let me say it real fast. Yeah, PC Sosa, real fast. Sosa, you there?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make you a host. I'm still listening, but I gotta run out. So I can't control shit. So I'm gonna make you a host real fast. All right, go ahead, Chief X.
Hey, King Sosa and Watcher, y'all. Real quick, I'm not gonna be on here long. I just want to say
Chief, come on, Chief.
What's up, family? I just want to say something about the little aliens y'all was talking about.
I was with you, man. Go ahead.
Okay, and I gotta get off because I haven't ate all day. I gotta go somewhere and pick up some food after I say this. Right. So people talk about aliens, but like, and I heard the brother make this statement that there's no proof, but it is plausible. So,
right.
We all saying that, Chief.
Huh?
We all saying that. That's what
right.
I'm not saying
right. Let me finish, y'all. Let me finish. So, okay. So, how I look at it is, this is a vast universe, right? And there's a very strong possibility that there is life out there. But here's the thing. Who says that it's intelligent life?
Right.
Or a superior life?
Right.
This other life may be dumb as a brick.
Yeah, great point.
It may be way behind in things.
Hold on,
let me finish. So in people's psyche, when they think aliens, they think an advanced culture of people or living organisms.
Hollywood.
And that may not be so. So what the thing is, if there were, we don't have any proof, and nobody, even 1,000 years from now, will ever know or find out. You know why? They have so many powerful telescopes way deep out in space everywhere already, with powerful cameras and sound systems to detect sounds. And that shit is, if it is one out there, these powerful equipments have never, ever detected it. So it would be basically impossible for another life form or some aliens to even reach Earth. It would take light years. They would die before they get here, or they would die before behind the pressure of the speed. It's impossible, and I don't think we'll ever know about an alien. It's just like that's all we can say.
I think habitable. I had that Chief.
Just real quick to his point. We also have. Okay, fine. Real quick.
Go ahead.
Okay, to your point, that we have to be careful with that. Just because we don't believe it'll ever happen in our lifetime doesn't necessarily mean that it won't. we also have to be, we can't look at ourselves as being just so dominant, having great technology, because if their civilization, let's say they started hundreds of thousands of years prior to us, we're over here with oxygen. So water is predominantly what our planet is made out of and what our bodies are made out of. If they have a whole separate element that they are predominantly made of, that their planet, they could be a different form of beings. And if they're more intelligent than us, then they probably have no need or any purpose to even come this way in the galaxy or the universe. They could be on some other shit, or they may have technology where they can be in space and they can get past what we think are great telescopes, and we can be nothing but minuscule ants. So again,
but see, that's kind of fantasy though.
I'm sorry.
It's a possibility though. It is a possibility. It is a possibility though. You can't deny that as a possibility.
I don't think
I wouldn't say probable.
Hold on,
I think it's a possibility of meeting.
All possibilities are probable.
Right.
It's all possible.
Bro, there's two different. I hear you. I don't even.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
But here's the thing. When you're talking about,
you're not agreeing with yourself.
I hear you, but listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me just say this, and I gotta go. The thing is, you're talking about a living organism. We know what a living organism is. A living organism doesn't live forever. When something is light years away, it would take forever and ever to get here. They would die. No living organism can live that long.
Have you ever heard of like Event Horizon, or actually bending space and time? There's other possibilities or other capabilities of traveling. We just haven't advanced it yet. Like, people thought they were really moving if you were able to run, and then they created the wagon, and then the wheels, and then planes and jets. I mean, there's evolution that happens as far as technology. We're assuming that no other universe, no other galaxy, no other being has completed or accomplished what we have. And
I agree with you.
Human arrogance. I'm just saying there could be a possibility. Now, again, speaking of what Michael said, there's two separate words, and you can look them up. I just Googled them to make sure that I didn't misspeak on what I was saying. And I feel like probable is a little more concrete in opposed to possible. Now, again, that's just the way that I read the words. And to me, it's like there can be a possibility. I'm not saying that there is or there's not. However, when it's probable, now it has something that we can test, and then we can size it up. So I wouldn't even take that step. I'll take a step back from that. But at the same time, I don't want to be too arrogant thinking that we're the greatest things, the greatest human beings. But if we go to the ocean, there's animals or creatures that are larger than us, that are humble us if we actually were put into their environment.
Wait, hold on. Let me get in there really quick. You say you looked up the two definitions, but they're not vastly different. Possibility means a thing that may happen or be the case. But also, when you talk about possibility, you can go into mathematics.
Probable.
I just did probable.
Yeah.
I just did probable.
Let me say this though before you.
But you didn't read it. You read
possible. I haven't. I read it myself. I just didn't read it out to you because I put it. I'm using on the likely to be the case or to happen. Okay.
Now you see the difference.
Strong difference, bro.
No, I don't think there's.
We gotta think
I don't think it's vastly. I think one you can say possibility. That also has to do with
when you say likely.
Can I ask Chief something before he leaves, please?
Could be wrong.
We can.
Go ahead, bro.
Can I ask Chief something before him leave?
Okay,
Chief.
go ahead, bro. Yes, sir.
Chief.
Yes, sir.
Have they solved the problem of faster than light travel?
Have what?
Have they solved the issue of faster than light travel? Does anything in the universe travel faster than light?
On Earth. Oh,
Universe.
Sound.
It's possible.
I'm thinking of sound.
Okay, it is possible that an object can or may be able to in the future, but a living organism inside that material, whatever, would die.
The reason I asked the question that way, Chief, is that Einstein theory of relativity. Right? Einstein theory of relativity, you can look it up, states that nothing travels faster than the speed of light. And if an alien is supposed to reach here, as you said, it has to be able to travel faster than the speed of light. People might be talking about wormholes and bending space, but the amount of energy required to bend space. And you can look up Neil deGrasse Tyson because he discussed this already.
And that's what
Forget about Neil deGrasse Tyson. Just listen to Michio Kaku. He does super strength theory, bro. Like
actually, Neil deGrasse Tyson says what I exactly said.
I wish
he said exactly what he said.
Stay and build, man. Why you gotta leave, Chief? Go get your food.
Because
back, man.
To understand that.
Okay.
Until you solve the problem of faster than light travel, I don't see aliens coming here. But I don't see we get visited.
Michio Kaku does super string theory, bro. He gives a whole mathematical breakdown of possibilities.
And he says there's
based on mathematics.
No. What he says is that an object can appear to the observer to be in two places at the same time. That is what he discussed.
Yeah, he's
that the same object may appear to be in the same place at the same time.
Bro, listen, Supees, that's quantum physics, and I understand he's had that conversation, but understand that he's had many more conversations than that, and this exact conversation that we're having. And you talk about many worlds and all that stuff. He talks about all that stuff, man. He talks about how many planets are in the solar system based on, and they got like a whole mathematical. You know what I mean? It's all mathematics.
Yeah.
But one thing that I'm trying to say here is that when we talk about space travel and things like that, there's still a lot of gray areas going on in physics that's being debated right now. That is a gray area that we really can't even have a debatable conversation about this.
We can't speak on absolute.
When it comes down, when I'm talking about in the conversation of aliens, you know what I mean? Because when people think about aliens, people think about interdimensional people that can somehow sub-transcend through these dimensions that we figured out that we have and can travel through space and bend space, etc.
There is a possibility, which is a mathematical. It's also mathematical.
That's my whole point.
We can't deny that there is a possibility.
That's what I'm saying.
A lot of times they just be having fun.
Wait, how old is the universe? How old is the universe? How old is the universe?
Damn, irrelevant.
Hold on.
13.5.
I've been quiet the whole time, man. I just want to ask one. How old do you think the universe is?
13.5.
We already know how old.
What do you say? What do you say?
13.5 billion years old.
But you're saying that there's not a possibility that there could be
but that's just our universe, bro. That's just our part of the
now you're going to another thing. How many universes are there? How many universes do you think? Why are you dealing with information that we don't know?
Calm down, dude. Calm down.
I'm saying, bro,
I keep getting talked over to. How many? No, galaxies. Galaxies not a galaxies are inside of a universe. How many universes do you think there are? We only should deal with. That's why I'm an atheist.
Oh, can I ask you a question?
That's why I'm an atheist.
Universe is 13.5 billion years old.
Family, I'm like, you gotta
that's good. That's good. I mean, I was quiet. I just wanted to get in a few questions.
I'm saying, like, he never said that it did not. Like Chief actually never said that it didn't exist. He talked about the likelihood of it reaching us. That's what I'm saying.
So I'm not in the disagreement
knowledge that we know.
When it comes to this,
all the knowledge and technology that we have,
listen. When it comes to this discussion, all you can offer is a mathematical.
That's a possibility.
Possibility. That's it.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why you guys are disagreeing with me.
Right, Dr. Neil. Hold on. Let me just say this statement, Dr. Neil.
I'm agreeing with you.
Hold on, Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson's basically saying this is a dead discussion.
I didn't hear that.
But there's a possibility.
No, I would like to ask
no possibility.
We can still talk about it.
I would like
to say more.
We can still talk about it. What does he mean? It's a dead discussion.
No, he's saying it's a dead discussion because it can't go any further. No, yeah, we hear you, Amber. He said Neil deGrasse Tyson. Hold on. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Hold on, y'all. Neil deGrasse. Oh my God.
DeGrasse.
Okay, DeGrasse. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Hold on. Neil deGrasse Tyson is simply saying that there's no proof, and he don't think there ever will be proof. And we can just speculate. So he said it's a dead topic. He's not saying we can't talk about it. We can
Mostly, I disagree.
Hold on. And a lot of the scientists sometimes just have fun talk and talk about possibilities, but none are agreeing that it'll happen.
I'm not exactly sure on that. I've heard him.
I don't like that statement.
Yeah, you're speaking with too much absolute that I've never heard him speak in that absolute. I've heard him with various people on his platform, with him and that comedian, and different people come on, and I've heard them speak on various things. And he actually gives an example that if there was in a different galaxy that evolved or that was created
tens of thousands or billions or whatever years prior to this galaxy being created, and they could have mastered that information. They could have
Then saying that you're denying a lot of
if I can go ahead and get in my question.
I'm about to ask a question. Let Amber ask a question.
So, and this is just to kind of get away from the argumentative stuff. So they have decided that the universe is expanding, right?
Yes.
So if you think about it like a rubber band expands and then eventually it snaps, and it either snaps or it retracts back. So
it will retract. That's a consensus. That it will retract.
So in this, with that idea in mind, let's say that the expansion reached as far as it could go and it started to retract. Would that, do you believe, have some impact on our ability to travel through space? Seeing as how as things retract, they get closer together.
You gotta really wait. You gotta really discuss the universe expanding. We gotta really understand what that is.
You can't answer that question.
Well, we can all come to an agreement. I'm not saying you guys are dumb to not know it. We have to come to an agreement of what that means.
Hold on.
So
because hold on. Can y'all hear me?
I'm pulling it up.
I can hear you. Okay. So hold on. So she asked a question and she didn't get an answer. So I'm gonna be the first to try to answer. Okay. So
give him a second.
Right. So they got different hype. So they got different hype. Okay. I don't need a second. You dig? This is shit I be researching way before all this. So they got different hypotheses, the big crunch, all that other stuff, right? That you're going to just research right now. So Amber, they got different hypotheses. There's no theories on that. But it's still space. So things are still space is the only thing that we know of that can travel faster than the speed of light. That's it.
Nope.
Everything else, well, then source up. Everything else is just bound.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You want to go on? We have to agree on what expansion. We have to agree on that.
Excuse me. Do not cut me off. You didn't attempt to answer. You had your chance. It's over. I'm trying to answer, so let me go, and then you could comment afterwards. You did. She asked the question. You didn't answer. Period. I'm saying that there are hypotheses about the big crunch and other things, but as long as it's still space, the speed is still governed by the speed of light. Now, if you guys got something better, then go ahead and produce that. That's what I'm trying to say. But don't cut me off as I'm attempting to answer. You had your chance. You didn't answer.
Hold on. I responded first. I responded to her first, but he said no. I didn't say no. I said we have to come into an agreement of what the expansion of the universe means and that we all understand it the same. So he said no. Why does he say no? We want to know why he's saying no when you made a suggestion. So that's what I want to know.
Can I share my screen? Can I share my screen and play Neil Tyson?
You guys know what expansion?
No, we might get. I know we kind of up there on the video shit. I know. But
Neil deGrasse has a 4-minute combo on Alien. Can I play it?
Yeah, I think. But Chief, like I think we already.
Wait, can you hear why he said no? I want to know why he said no to unbiased.
I mean, I'm saying it's like.
Okay, go ahead.
And I like Neil deGrasse Tyson too, but I'm saying like there's other people out there, bro, that are just intelligent and have different ideas.
It's supposed to like who? Because I had most popular. I got Stephen Hawking.
Michio Kaku. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's many, but I'm just saying Neil deGrasse is the expert over us.
Both of you guys are naming popular people. There are people that aren't popular.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, bro. You got more than that. You got people.
Let unbiased finish, please. I was listening to unbiased. Please let unbiased finish.
Look, I'm tired of you guys dropping names. I have books of this stuff right here. Y'all dropping names, never read one book of those people, right? So when I ask you to source up, you're gonna Google some random shit. I actually can pull up a book in my crib on their different thoughts. So that's not because you got Lawrence Krauss out there, you got Neil deGrasse, you got Stephen Hawking, I got other people. Hold on, I'm about to order. You got
to me, unbiased. That's another debate.
But
that's
I mean, you can.
So what's that in reference?
Answer Amber question, please, unbiased. That's what we're going off topic. Let me put it back on, please.
So what I gather from his answer is that no, because even if it was to cease expanding or even if it was to retract, space doesn't go anywhere. Space is
still there.
Yeah, my answer is that I don't think that's going to affect space travel at all. But I want to know why the other guy said no to unbiased. I don't think that's going to affect.
No. Let me say what I said. No. I said no. Let me verify. Unbiased said that space travel faster than light.
Okay.
And I said no to that. I said no to that statement.
Okay.
All right.
So now, brother, all I'm
all right.
asking
Let me say one thing. Please. What it is that, all right, how I view it. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Let me try to answer your question. In the beginning, there was a singularity. Everything was contained in one spot. Everything. Everything, one singularity. Space, time, and matter.
I don't agree
Everything was contained in one spot. There was nothing outside of that spot.
Okay, go ahead.
And then something happened. Some people call it a bang. Some people call it something happened. And
it's not a bang. It's not a bang.
Yeah, they just say space expanded. That's all. Everybody says the same thing.
Yes, that's what I said. I said something happened. Yeah. Right? And it started expanding. The thing is that
expansion.
Yeah, let me explain something. Please let me finish.
All the time in space.
All right. Please let me finish.
Let him finish, y'all.
Just hold on, let me finish. In the early, like going back 13.5 billion years, closer to the center of the singularity is very violent. That is where most of the mass is a violent place closer to the center of the singularity. Think about it as a spear. It might not be a spear, but think about it as a spear, which started expanding. Closer to the center is where you're going to find most of the mass and most of the matter. So a lot of collision taking place closer to the center. So when people say the universe is 13.5 billion years old and earlier civilization might have occurred, earlier civilization might not occur close to the center of the singularity because of how violent, how much thing was happening in the center, right? If you look at where our solar system is in comparison to the center of the universe, we are literally on the outer bands. Am I right or wrong? Our solar system is very far from the center of the universe, right? It is less violent.
How do we know that?
No.
Go and look at the map. There's a map of the universe, which I said, let me find it. If you say our solar system is on the outer
band. So you're telling me they have a map of the entire universe?
No.
They have a projection, a simulation.
Hey, Stu Peas, are you Jamaican or Nigerian, Stu Peas?
Jamaican.
Okay.
Wait, does he show where the singularity is on your projection on your map? Does he show where the singularity is?
The singularity don't exist anymore. Look at everything.
How do you know how far we are from it? How do you know how far we are from it?
Still, listen, brother.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on the panel that want to talk, right?
Okay.
I don't mind you talking your talk, but dude, you gotta respond to that.
Yeah.
But I just to try to answer his question, I would think that that's a mathematical equation that they can, based off of how far the Earth has traveled in space, or how far space has expanded around Earth, however you want to conceptualize it.
Yeah, travel.
Well, maybe not, but they're saying if it started at a singularity and we're far removed from that space, either space has moved or we have moved. Something has moved.
We have moved.
You say, huh?
We have moved.
The system that we're in, the system that we're in, because the sun moves and the planets rotate around the sun, and the sun moves through space. So that's how it kind of works. The sun was the beginning of everything.
But
I was answering.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I assume that they can pinpoint that is based on a mathematical equation working backwards. If they can date the age of the Earth, they can date the rate of travel that the Earth is traveling at, or these gravitational waves that they say are still kind of moving through space based off of that singularity. I'm pretty sure they can go back and pinpoint where it happened and the distance that the Earth would have traveled based off of that, or how space has expanded. However you want to look at it.
Right on. I'll say this before I get off. I just want to throw some points out there. I'm not making anything declarative. I'm just throwing out some reference points. They say, and I'm just looking at this online, it can be wrong. Maybe it's another site, but this is just what I'm looking at online right now. They say the Earth is approximately 543 billion.
Yeah, 4.5, 4.6.
Right, and they're also saying our sun is 4.603 billion years. Are you with me?
Yeah,
so far?
somewhere around there. Yeah.
You understand that there's over 1 trillion different galaxies in this one universe.
Right.
Okay, and they're saying that the universe is about 13.8 billion years, give or take a few billion.
Yeah.
So we understand that the universe is approximately that old, and we're basing everything off our own reference, being on a planet that's 4.5 billion years, and our sun is 4.6 billion years. That's the only scope that I'm trying to put out there, because we have to recognize we're being highly arrogant to assume that we have all the mathematical data and everything is accurate, and we're speaking for astrophysicists and actually astronomers who don't even make the declarative, definitive statement that we're making.
Hey, Unbiased, can we?
That was the point I was trying to make earlier.
Unbiased, can we change the topic?
I agree with you.
Yeah, we do that. Yeah.
Yeah,
please.
That means there's possibilities.
Yeah, because this is none of our lane. Let's change.
Yeah, I be wanting to see the source.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
Nobody
Either. I don't like the lane
all I
stuff.
wanted to say, just to give scope to all our points that everyone's referencing.
Everyone can talk about anything, man.
There's
No,
too
but I'm
many
just saying,
things
like,
being debated
if it ain't
right
factual,
now.
I want to read it. Like, I don't want niggas to tell me nothing because I ain't gonna believe y'all niggas. Put the shit on the screen so I can read it. If I can't read the shit, I don't give a fuck what nobody says.
The problem with the shit that we talking about right now is that it's being debated right now, and like there are a whole lot of models, and the models aren't based off of facts.
What's being debated? You're saying?
Yeah, man. So
Even
like,
what is being debated?
Put the model on the screen.
Oh,
Let's
like
at least examine the model.
the theory of everything and certain modes of physics and how all
so you're basically saying people are having conversations about
just like we're doing. I don't think people should be
the thing is this. They realize the further out that they do these measurements, physics changes. So they're trying to describe what's going on. They're trying to figure out what's going on to be able to develop new mathematical formulas that can decipher this information.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
So Zen, that means you can't talk about it? That means you can't talk about it, Zen? Because someone else is doing it?
Nah, we just talked about it for 45 minutes.
Yeah, but you can talk about it, and you can also go do research, because a lot of the information that they gain, they make public. So you can talk about it. You can have conversations.
No.
Talk about what I'm saying is
everything that I'm saying, I'm discussing as public researcher.
Yeah. I agree with you.
This is information that I've firsthand gotten from scientists recently, because this conversation literally has been going on within the past not on a small scale, but there's been papers that has been recently posted in the past 4 to 6 months.
It's a very important. It's a very important conversation. That's what I think. I think anyone can go look at the information, and they should be able to discuss it, especially in groups like this.
And I agree.
I mean,
we'd be better served to go put
Yeah, can we change the topic? We did 45 minutes.
Please. So basically, we can. Yeah. So what I would do is I would dedicate, probably early tomorrow. We could revisit this tomorrow, because even myself, I'm a little rusty. I got to catch up on some notes. Yeah, it's okay.
Good, Chief.
Yeah, Chief.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't have something to say. I just wanted to come up.
Wait. I got a question.
Well, let's talk about the debate.
Hold on.
I was gonna say,
you just had a debate.
Okay, I just wanted
to the damn title. Now nobody want to talk about the goddamn
debate. Okay, so I wanted to come in just to give my little opinion on the aliens and if they can ever reach us. So, Unbiased Show, what you talking about now? Because I got about 10 minutes.
We recap debate.
Yeah, we want to talk about the debate, because Chief, like, a lot of people think they got you when you said you listen to gospel music and your grandma was religious. Like, so they think you dropped the ball right then and there. What do you say to that?
Well, I just think that's silly. I simply said I enjoy gospel music. If somebody takes that and goes all kind of other places, it's really kind of childish.
Well,
hold on. And they're not being realistic. I simply said I'm a music lover, all kinds of music. I like vocals, and that's what me and Sonetta were saying. Someone wants to take that and say, "Oh, he likes gospel. That means he's spiritual." Come on, now.
That's what Jabari did, though. But I think
it was a mind game. It's mind games.
Yeah, they're probably thinking that you consider the lyrics as well. I mean, you listen to music, especially if it's
I do. Yeah, I do consider the lyrics.
Yeah, that's their argument.
My thing is that's why I'm telling people why I listen to gospel. I love music and I love vocals, but people don't have to assume nothing else.
I listen to Japanese music, man.
Hold on. And I also clarified that sometimes some of the lyrics in gospel can also be like a love song and a gospel song. You know what I mean? So sometimes the lyrics could be uplifting depending on what they're saying. Sometimes you can relate it to anything. That's all I'm saying. I wasn't saying that doesn't mean I'm all into spirituality.
I'm just presenting you. That's their argument. That's the way I think.
That's why I'm clarifying.
I listen to music that's not in my language as well, so I understand what you're saying. Yeah, yourself.
Right.
Chief. Yeah. Chief, I realize that you do not support the concept of spirituality, right? Am I right or wrong? That's what you're saying. You don't support the concept of spirituality.
I'll say this: the topic is so vast and reaches so many cultures and religions. Exactly. I'm not trying to be absolute.
All right.
I'm saying in general, a lot of rituals and spiritual practices are kind of pointless and they're just belief systems.
Can I ask
you feel comfortable doing it?
This is my question, Chief, to you. Chief, has there been any civilized culture that has existed or evolved without religion or spirituality?
Same answer, Chief. Give the same answer you gave earlier.
Ain't that the same thing I put in your comment section, Chief? That very same question right there.
I like his answer to it.
Has any culture or civilization evolved to greatness without religion or spirituality?
No, all cultures that we know of, all cultures that we know of, it kind of jumps off with ancient Egypt, right? Because people claim they're the ones who started civilization, whatever that's supposed to mean. I never understand when people say somebody started civilization. I'm like, what do you mean? Like Neanderthals had a civilization.
Right.
So people's wording be kind of crazy.
No. You can say the same when you can say the same when they say the black woman's the first person on earth. The black woman did this.
Right.
Yeah. There's no one person that did anything.
Not have a civilization.
Okay, so my answer to that was, I think that was you calling in, but my answer was that the poorest and worst civilizations.
What was that?
What the hell was that, man?
Therefore, is it
you got two.
Would you deem it necessary if all culture had it? Would you deem it necessary if all culture?
It's so much stuff in the background. People need to chill or put their shit on mute.
Yeah, see them.
Yeah, everybody who's not talking right now, just go on mute.
Would you deem it as necessary then, since it existed in all cultures that we know?
I missed the beginning of that question.
All right, you said all cultures that you know of, that we know of, going all the way back to Egypt. All civilized cultures have religion. All right.
They have religion or some form of spirituality.
So I'm asking that, isn't it necessary then for a culture to exist?
Is it necessary for it to exist?
Yes, all cultures had it.
No, it's something that just man developed after the hunter-gatherer civilization. And some man says, hey, like most of the time men make these rules. It's just men come up with concepts and things, and then it becomes uniform and everybody falls in line. You know what I mean? So
the question I'm asking, isn't it a necessity then in order to allow confirmation to rules, morals, and values of a culture or civilization?
No, this is what I say. This is what I say. Just like all of us African Americans aren't Christian, we think differently and have different opinions. People, like, when they think about ancient Egypt, in their mind, they automatically think all the ancient Egyptians thought alike. And they all believed and embraced this spirituality. No, it's always been rebels in every culture and society. It's always been niggas that be like, I don't believe that shit. I'm sure they was back in ancient Egypt.
We're not talking about the outliers.
I know. Let me just finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I'm sure there was people in ancient Egypt was like, fuck Heru, I don't believe that old dumb shit. You know what I mean? Right. But you don't hear about that because it's not written in the record.
All right, so
one last question. One last question, and I'll shut my mouth for the next hour. Please, one last question. One last question, Chief.
All right, then Chief.
Yes, Chief. Yes, sir. If God never exists, you think man would make him up?
Yeah, man made up God to me.
So if God never exists, none at all, man would make him up, right?
Yeah, people will develop and concoct something.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, Zen.
Nah, I just wanted to say that there are two documentaries out by PBS right now. One has been out since I think 2016, 2017. It's called the History of Africa. There's like 15 different episodes of this. But basically, you know, they were showing archaic humans practicing ritualistic behavior as far as like burials and different types of things that they did that people as far as Westerners would consider religious. So that's evidence of, you know, ancient humans or hominids, should I say, because it wasn't even modern day Europeans that was practicing religious behavior, quote unquote, before the Egyptians. That we do kind of have evidence of, and both of these publications nicely lay it out in this documentary. I can't recall the second one's name, but the first one is African Histories on PBS. Is actually quite recent, but I think everybody should check it out if you want to, you know what I mean, have that conversation. But I mean, a lot of evolutionary biologists do have these conversations, you know what I mean, that
right.
This religious behavior.
The term they use is social evolution.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the evolution of behavior. But to answer Stu P's question, there's no, you don't find at the, and that's kind of when I talked to you, Chief, I told you, like, that's really like the big topic was like, you can't get, you know what I'm saying? It's like you can show areas where you got some spirits that are bad, but for the most part, you're not going to be able to negate it, because at the center of all civilization, you find a spiritual type of religion. It just is what it is. So I'm saying, right. And like we all and these spiritual system or these religion that you kind of speak of, they are foundation for the laws and the moralities that govern society. That's how that's how they first start off when we move from tribal to civilization. Those your moralities are in your customs, in your spiritual systems, and they become the governing body. You know what I'm saying? Then later on they evolve into what later on becomes religion. But
right. Like, so what I would like us to do as like researchers is to be able to categorize different, you know.
Like he gone for a second.
Okay, hey, let me say this. Like Jabari mentioned the thing about burials, right?
Yeah.
I think I responded like, you know, if someone died, you know what I mean? Yeah. The body start rotting and decaying. I guess over time they'll figure out, hey, maybe we need to bury this thing on the ground so we can stop smelling it. You know what I mean? I don't know, but here's the thing, like, because we can't say something was 15,000 years ago, okay? Who am I to say that somebody was practicing spirituality on something? Maybe sometimes, like, if I celebrate my daughter's birthday, maybe people just had celebrations.
Yeah.
But people we looking on the outside want to say, oh, that was a spiritual practice. Maybe they were just celebrating someone's life.
Right. See, the scientists that do the work, right, mm-hmm. that look back at that time frame, right, and they make the educated guess on if this was a ritual or not. How do they go about doing that? They look at the burial type. They look and see if it was buried with objects, and you see them being buried with objects, right? like the Libyan mummy, the baby that died. She was mummified. This is like 6,000-7,000 years ago. She was wrapped in antelope skin. That ain't somebody just saying this body stinks, I'm gonna throw it away. This is somebody carefully burying the dead and taking the time to wrap in an antelope skin and bury with ornaments. Like that's, you understand? That ain't just
why can't that just be a cultural thing? Why does it have to be a spiritual thing?
What he's saying is what we were saying maybe like a week or two ago, is when you look at it from a lens of, it's kind of hard to unlook at something once you have an ideology wrapped around it. Now that we attach the thought of ornaments or different things being ritualistic, then it's going to fall under that classification, whether or not the people during that time looked at it as that or not. So we're looking backward and we're applying things that we know of or we classify today in certain categories, and we're applying it to that time period. That's what he's talking about.
Right. So say if we have a ritual of, hey, when we celebrate birthdays for a kid, we put in candles in the cake and we blow out the candles and things like that. It's a ritual. But to equate it to spirituality is taking another step that sometimes it may be guesswork. You get what I'm saying? So is celebrating your birthday, Amber, a spiritual thing? Is that spirituality?
Parents celebrate day to taking a dead body, mummifying it, wrapping it in antelope skin and burying ornaments. We're not talking about one person. So when you talk about a ritual, it's not like we're talking about.
Oh, see, you're talking about an Egyptian practice.
But
yeah, that was. I'm not disagreeing that that's a spiritual practice of the Egyptians. I agree with that.
But it's the same thing today. In 15,000 years, people are going to look back at us burying our dead in caskets with crosses, with flowers, with, their favorite pair of shoes or their watch or a photo. Like it's the same thing. And although some people just do it, it's people that aren't even quote unquote highly spiritual that still carry out these different rituals just because it's cultural.
Right. We also have to think about the people who define the language that we're speaking, because the language that we're speaking is based off of a people that looked at things religiously. You know what I mean? So when they looked at other cultures and they tried to describe those cultures, they described them with things that they do. So when we describe them, we're trying to describe them more abstractly, and then you have people who can't distinguish between the abstract and the literal. So then we have a problem, and now we're debating. So that's where we at right now.
Yeah, so we copying what people do previous to us. So like, we have funerals, we just copy the protocol that was previous to us.
But I'm saying, Chief, if you saying you're a scientist, right?
I'm not no scientist.
I mean, not just a scientist. You agree with science. You think science, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
Right. So what do scientists say about those people that lived 30,000 years ago? Do we just disregard what they say about the ritual practice and then insert our own?
Not at all. I was just throwing out food for thought. I'm not making any claims.
Yeah, but we got to look at what they say. And what do they say about those burials 30, 40,000 years ago?
Maybe we need to look that up. I don't know the information of what they say.
Yeah, I'm not understanding the point you're trying to make. What?
I mean, he's making the same point that I was trying to make. Like, we're all just trying to say it in different ways at this point. You know what I mean? We're trying to find a way to convey information.
Right, but let me expound on Amber's point. She's right, because like I'm not religious at all, but if a loved one was to pass away, I would do it the traditional Christian way. You dig? So I will be thrown into that probably spiritual practice, even though I'm not into that at all.
But I like what Amber said. Amber basically said when she finished, I'm not sure if she feels this way, but I think she said it's a cultural practice.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I mean, but we all saying the same thing. We all agree.
No, I listen to African Americans. Hip hop is cultural. It doesn't mean it's spiritual.
Don't change. We're talking
about. So if I may, I did say it was cultural. Cultural could be something spiritual, and it could be a ritual that has nothing to do with spirituality.
True.
It's just a ritual within that culture. So exactly, it depends on really the person. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if someone was to just define it as a spiritual thing, it's not necessarily a spiritual thing, it's a cultural thing. Now, it could be a spiritual thing within that culture, or it could just be a ritual within that culture, but it's culture no matter what.
Or you can say it's aspects of spirituality in that cultural practice.
Yeah.
Man, y'all gotta watch those PBS publications. You feel me? Those African.
So can somebody break down what was the practice of burial? You got a whole bunch of countries and people and lands and stuff. You know, so I don't know if somebody can break down how burial was going down 30 or 50 years ago. That's not a subject I'm wise on. So if somebody can help out.
I mean, maybe not anybody specifically on this channel, but I mean, if you watch those 2 publications, that'll at least get you pointed in the right direction, because those people definitely talk about those things. And it's actually Africans telling their own story. You know what I mean? People who are from these tribes who actually got out and got their PhDs and started studying, and et cetera, and funded by different agencies. So I mean, it is something that we definitely should watch if we want to have this particular conversation and be up to date at least on what we're talking about.
And I'm gonna recommend got a camera dude last day right now, Jerry. Just look at the evolution of religion. And it walks you through Homo sapiens when they go from tribal to civilization. And it shows how these small fractions end up becoming spiritual system and eventually become religion. And that'll kind of guide you into where we are now. And you'll see the importance that spirituality and religion had on the inception of civilization, because it was the moral compass that was set up as a governing. Like that's why the Pharaoh at a certain point was the mediator between the God. It's like, if you break these laws, you're not just breaking any law, you're breaking the law of God. You know what I'm saying? So that made the people more adherent to the laws and customs and practices. You see what I'm saying? Like, just that's a good starting point. Then just work your way up. You know?
Yeah. And I think what keeps people in check is fear, or the fear of pain. Okay. So like I'm not gonna stop believing in Jesus because I don't want to go to hell and feel that pain of hellfire, gnashing teeth forever. Yeah. I'm just gonna I'm gonna self-check so I can just make sure I'm not going to hell. So every religion has a fear factor, even in Egypt. If you don't do this, Anubis gonna eat your ass up, and this and this and that. So they have, all religions and spiritual practices have a fear factor to keep you in check and make you submit.
Yeah, and even if that's the case, that's not a negative thing, because it's keeping people to adhere to certain practices so they don't, like, thou shalt not kill. So you don't just go around just stabbing people. Like, love thy neighbor. So you can see what I'm saying? So
that's a negative thing. That's how they controlled societies with power. You put fear in their hearts. I mean, religion was a tool to increase fear into people. So that is a negative thing. That's a big part of history that's negative.
No, fear. But listen, it sounds sinister when you just start from when you skip A and just start at O. So I'm saying, like, you got to understand, like,
I don't know who did that.
Well, I'll say it's bad if people are thinking that a living organism or some material can burn for 1 million years, then that's some anti-science.
In North Korea, they use fear to control their citizens. That's not.
What I'm saying is this. I'm just talking about from a historical standpoint. At one point, men were tribal. They only hunt. They stayed in small packs. There was no civilization. So if another tribe saw somebody from another tribe, they was going to kill them. That's just flat out. But once they started domesticating the animals and they got agriculture and they had to live in cities now, they gotta do away with their tribal practices. You see what I'm saying? Because now you're a person in your nation, you don't know like somebody in your tribe. So it got to be thou shalt not kill. So there has to be a government. You have to be able to control a civilization of people. You want to live 20,000 deep. There has to be some type of control.
Well,
Yeah, any
had
group of people that is over like 10 or 12, you need some type of organization.
that kind of goes into history. You had some groups that took over other groups through fear, through war and battle and stuff like that. Like in Africa, like they always tell all these other stories of other countries having wars and trying to bring everyone together. What was it? The Shaka Zulu. What was the name of the tribe? They did that in Africa as well. They conquered other tribes and they brought them together with fear. And you either followed or you died. But I still don't think that that's a good thing. I don't think that.
Because you're picking a horrible example. Like that's what
Well,
I'm saying.
that's what he was saying. You just said agriculture was important. That's another discussion. But
we don't get where we are right now if that hadn't happened. You see what I'm saying? Like they're all. I'm not saying that.
I'm saying through a means of fear, it wasn't good. The way that it happened, it wasn't good. It wasn't good, man. That's what I'm saying. I don't.
All right, like I said, just look into it, and then just.
I've seen a lot of. I've read a lot on that. It happened in China. It happened in almost every country.
No.
China, Africa. It happened in every country.
I'm talking about follow. I mean, follow man from his tribal state, and see how things evolve socially. See how behavior evolves. You know what I'm saying? Then you get a kind of understanding of why things are. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you that it was through fear.
There are a lot of credible publications that do that. National Geographic is one. PBS is another.
But back to Chief. I'm sorry, Zane. Back to what Chief was saying. That is fear. Religion is fear. That's what he was saying. People are afraid to go to hell. And there are also religions like Catholicism that punish you on earth as well. You got beat and whipped.
That's just because you have a culture of people who changed people's religion to theirs. You know what I mean? They changed how they looked at what was quote unquote what they did, should I say?
The two main religions are based on fear: Christianity and what is it?
It's all based on fear. Even like
not Buddhism and stuff like that. That's not
right. But Buddhism has this karma thing. If you don't act right, then in the future life something's gonna happen to you.
Okay, maybe you're right with that.
So when we grow up during Christmas time, we little babies. They programmed us as babies. If you don't be good and nice, Santa's not gonna bring you a gift. You know what I mean?
It's crazy because there was actually Saint Nick. Santa Claus is based on a actual. You know what I'm talking about? Who's that? King Sosa? Yeah, it was actually based on something that scared the children.
Yeah,
right. Saint Nick is supposed to be the devil.
Yeah.
Like too, when your mom will tell you, look, don't go outside and like the boogeyman will get you. Yeah, the boogeyman is real, but she's telling you something, so it'll put to it, so you'll know that. Don't go outside at nighttime because that shit is dangerous.
Or if you're from the hood, your mom said you don't go out at night if you ain't,
So putting a fear into you so you can adhere to those rules until you're old enough for that veil to be lifted. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Psychology.
But that's what Chief is saying that.
All parents do it.
but honestly, that's not necessarily true. Because the Greeks did not really believe in heaven and hell. The gods lived on Mount Olympus. Men didn't live on Mount Olympus. When men died, they just died and they went to Hades, right? They didn't believe in heaven and hell, but they still conform to their religious belief and practices.
So, did you guys see that? Did you guys see that video I played?
But would they win favor with the gods if they perform, certain
while on earth? While on earth.
Right. So
when they died, they just went to Hades.
Yeah, but it was kind of this this reward system now. Act this way.
While they was alive on earth, right? But there wasn't any thought that they would go into this afterlife of milk and honey like Christians. The Greeks didn't believe that.
Monotheism, though.
Stu Pease, did you see the video I played on slavery in Africa during the debate?
I saw part of it.
Okay, so look here. That had a fear factor. The fear factor was if you don't give up a little girl to be a slave and send her to this other village chief and take her away from the family, disease and pestilence and all kind of stuff will afflict you. So they send them girls off to be slaves and concubines. So death and disease won't afflict them. So that was a fear factor. Give us the girl or death and disease. And people self-check.
Yes.
But
all right.
Was where was the
Chief.
spirituality in that?
Chief.
That's what they were saying. They're trying to argue.
Chief.
On that.
Listen, when you walk into a store, right, and the store got diamond bracelets on, all across the aisle, jewelry, all type of shit. There's a fear that stops that shit. Because you know if you steal it, the police can lock your ass up.
Somebody need to mute their mic.
Yeah. Chief. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. My mic was muted.
Okay.
Chief. Question, Chief. My argument for spirituality would be this. Spirituality wasn't necessary during our early development into society. But as man evolve and become aware of his environment and his existence, the need for spirituality is not that great anymore, because we cannot prove an existence when we're dead.
Amber.
Right? We can't prove that. So that is why we don't need spirituality anymore. It was necessary then. Because think about it this way. Men gained the ability to speak 50,000 years ago. Right? That's almost 2,500 generations. Right? But yet still, we can only trace it back 300 or 400 generations to early Egypt or before. What were they doing before that? What they were doing 1,000 generations before that is that it was necessary to be a glue or to something to make our society more cohesive. But as we gain more scientific knowledge, we realize that we don't really need this thing named spirituality anymore. That's how I would argue.
Nah, I see, and that's why I disagree. Like why? It's like that's the inner fabric of what we are right now. And I'm like, and it's not like I'm a religious person, but it's just like that shit permeates all through. Like the person that's gonna move the world the most is gonna be a religious figure, bro. Jesus. And
the reason why
Dr. York, David Koresh, it's gonna be that spiritual person will lift up a whole nation. They can take over some shit.
The reason why I would disagree with you on that is that spirituality is never the same. It changed every couple of 100 years. Something else rise to prominence.
Right.
Something else rise to prominence.
King Sosa, can you hear me?
I hear.
So, like, you ever see on my Facebook page? Sometimes I'll be clowning around and I make these statements. I'll say, like, like the coronavirus, how we got it. They talk about bats. I'll say, a bat is a spiritual being having a bat experience. Or a wildebeest is a spiritual being having a wildebeest experience. And I just say that joking and fucking with people.
Plato would agree with you. Plato would say the bat that we see now, a perfect bat exists somewhere else in a farm. FORMS, read it up. Right, so Plato would agree with that statement. So careful what you're saying, because somebody else agreed with you before. So the bat is not really the bat, but it's a bat. Plato
you're not a human, you're not a bat, you're not a wildebeest, you're spiritual.
Yeah, you're something. Yes, your farm exists somewhere else. That's what Plato said. So, so you're only repeating what Plato said.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. I believe if somebody pinched me right now, I'm telling you, I'm a physical being. I'm a natural being. I'm a physical being. If I got shot, it's gonna hurt, and I'm gonna bleed and die.
But will you cease to exist?
If I get shot in the right place, yep.
If you die, do you cease to exist?
That's information we don't have.
Because people talk about consciousness, but there's no consciousness without a brain. Yep. See, if somebody shot me in the head, and I have brain problems, that means I'm brain dead. I'm sitting up on life support. I'm not even conscious of who my mama is. My brain dead. There is no consciousness without no brain.
So everybody in this group agree with Chief X that if we should, when our brain cease to be active, we cease to exist.
No, you said we don't have a.
I think
No, you said we don't have
we
a
can only
conscience
measure.
without our brain. You didn't say we.
We're limited to what
That's what I'm asking.
science and medicine can measure at this point.
So when you die, to cease to exist, I mean, you're going to get real specific about the terms. I mean, you've already been in the ground and your body started decaying, then you no longer exist. But he says after your brain dies, you don't have a consciousness, and your heart stops, then you're no longer alive. I mean, we don't have any information beyond that point. So we can't make any assertions or any assumptions beyond being unconscious or not having our heart pump blood to our. We don't have any. There's no evidence. There's no information.
Right. So the thing is, see, it's a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah.
If I say right now, if I say to you, in 350 years, your offspring, your great grandchildren, all these people are gonna forget about you.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You're gonna disappear in the eyes of the world, and even in the eyes of your hold on. And even in the eyes of your children.
Unless you do something incredible.
Hold on. When you die, you decay and go away, and more life comes up.
Hold on, Chief, because y'all were just talking about Plato. Unless you do something incredible, people will remember you. Our society will remember you.
Like King Tut, Ramses.
Yeah.
But listen, let me just say this.
Wait, I want to hear Stu.
Let me say this.
What do you think happened, Stu?
Bro, let me say this before we jump off into like some more spooky shit or what
No, this is the same thing. Stu asked the question. Let's see what Stu has to say.
Before we start, I've been trying to make a statement for a minute. I'm just saying before we get into what happens after people die and all of those other shit that nobody knows. Right? So you made a statement about the bat, right? And Neil deGrasse Tyson makes a statement. He said that we are the cosmos, looking out into the cosmos, trying to figure out itself. So that analogy kind of fits, bro, because like we are it, right? Like we are the cosmos. Literally, we are the stars and shit, looking out into the stars, trying to figure out itself.
Yeah, that's because we're made of the same things. That's the universe. We are the universe. But hey, man, hey, Zen. When you scream out, relax. When you scream out, relax. You're not really de-escalating the situation, man. You're escalating. Relax. That doesn't de-escalate the situation. I just wanted to hear what Stu said because Stu asked Chief a question, and I didn't want him to change the subject.
I mean. It kind of did though, because everybody got quiet and my man got point off, and then now you're able to.
That's because I'm mature. That's because I'm mature.
Like, now we're talking over.
I've seen people not doing it.
This is what I was saying about relax. Just let everybody talk. So when I said
really
that,
appreciate
man, Sosa was able to get his point off, and then you was able to address my relax. So everybody was able to talk. All I'm saying is just let people talk.
That's
that's
what I was trying to do. I was trying to get Stu to go.
Nah, you wasn't, bro. But you've been talking over everybody a lot.
I haven't talked at all. I've been quiet, man.
Right. You got it.
He said he ain't talking at all. It just,
gosh,
it's the first time I heard his voice. What's your name, bro? When you get on the panel, my nigga?
Exactly. You don't even know my name. That's what I'm saying. You didn't even know my name.
Bro. You got it, bro.
Got what? I don't even want it. I want to hear what Stu has to say. What do you mean? I got it.
You got the ball.
I got it. Let's hear what Stu has to say.
In my sociology class that I did in college, there was this book, Does the Center Hold, by Donald Palmer. It's a simple little sociology, right?
Now you can see that's what it is.
Right? We'll discuss this because a lot of people debate that a man is a man, and when he ceases to exist, all that he is ceases to exist, right? But I'm of the belief system that society exists because people believe that they're greater than the sum of the parts. You're greater than your brain, your kidney, your heart, your lung, your liver. Something must exist afterwards. It would be a total waste. It would be a total waste, but I can't prove it. We can only postulate and talk about it, but we can't prove it. There's no way that, because none of us has died and sent back a message to our friends or family, or none of us has received such a message either. But this is belief now. I refuse to believe that I am just the sum of my parts. And when those parts cease to exist, I cease to exist.
But let me ask you a question though, Stu Peace. Do you think religion is useful?
Not anymore. We're coming to the dark age.
Okay, when did religion stop being useful?
Religion stopped being useful when we start using science.
So 1600, something like that, mid 1600s, that's when you're saying religion stopped being useful.
No, religion stopped being used thousands of years ago. All great societies fall because of religion. They rise because of religion, and they fall because of religion.
Okay, so they rise because of religion.
And they fell because of religion.
And then do they rise again, or that's it?
A new society rise to take the place.
Religious wars always kill.
Before there was religion, that's what men still did that shit anyway. It's like wars didn't begin with religion.
Look here. If God didn't exist, man would have created God. They needed it at that time to explain the experience, what they're having.
Okay, so
right?
when did
I think my answer, I think I answered that in a debate. I was basically saying that a lot of times we were ignorant of nature and physics and things like that. Today, science and technology is so advanced, we understand certain phenomenons and how the body works and anatomy and physics and things like that. So he's saying
we don't have the God of the gap anymore.
Yes.
No, what? No, you still a bunch of shit you don't know. The gap is still wide.
No, but
what I'm saying is
understand that the gap is still wide, but
what I'm saying
understand that we still need to learn more.
What I'm saying is to you, what about the people that are unable to be scientists, that are not as smart as us? Are you? And lack the ability to be scientifically literate, then what?
Then they're just not going to be involved in the process.
So just kill them.
It depends on the question.
How do we control them? How do we give them something like not everybody can quit drugs. Not everybody can quit using drugs cold turkey, right? Some people do with the aid of religion. So do we take that away?
It's called natural evolution and natural selection.
Well,
after a while, they will dwindle away. It's not going to happen in one generation, but they will.
You're talking about something that has not happened.
Quick question. Do you all think that religion addresses, that science addresses morality?
Yeah. Morality don't have nothing to do with religion.
Standards of how to live?
But that don't have nothing to do with religion.
Culture addresses morality.
No, I'm going to tell you what addresses morality so people can understand. We have two words. One word is called conscience, and one word is called your conscience. Conscience. SCINCE. Okay? So
that's all spelled the same way.
Right. No, conscious and conscience is spelled differently. One is one is CIOUS, one is conscience. Conscience is spelled science. Okay? So innately we have a conscience that tells us yay or nay. So something innately in us, we already know not to bust somebody over the head with a brick. That's a bad thing.
Right.
You don't need a religion to teach you that. That's innately inside you.
Amen.
No. That's not innately inside you.
Okay, well,
not everybody has it.
Yeah, them tribal groups would have not been smashing each other on contact if that shit was innate.
No, it's innate. They know that they're going to kill or harm someone. They wouldn't want that done to them. Innately, they know that's wrong, but they have an agenda. They have an agenda for conquering and acquiring things, so they do it anyway.
I just think these like we don't want to be openly honest in these conversations. You know what I'm saying? Like and like I said, I'm not even a religious person.
But we don't want to impose, basically.
Yeah, but it's like a certain thing we just cannot admit. It's like we gotta stay strong to the atheist thing that we just cannot resist. Like we're gonna act like we're gonna say Malcolm X didn't need the nation.
No, he didn't.
That Sosa.
I'm saying is that you don't know that because you only see them after the nation. But
Okay,
you're gonna say, but since you're gonna say,
he needed the nation.
Here's the definition of conscience, conscience. It is a cognitive process that elicits emotional and irrational associations based on an individual's moral philosophy or value system. Conscience stands in contrast to elicited emotions or thoughts to associations based on immediate sensory perceptions and reflexive response.
Yeah, but
did they say moral? Did they say moral or value system? Hold on.
It did say moral philosophy.
Okay,
and the other
so
definition, a simple definition is along what I said. If you look up conscious in the dictionary, it says an inner feeling or voice.
We also don't understand conscious.
Right. That's that.
Look up the meaning of the word mores.
If it's an
look
inner,
up the meaning of the word mores.
Right. So if it's an inner feeling or voice, it's an innate thing that automatically tells you, hey, that's wrong to do. I wouldn't want somebody to bust me over the head with a brick. So I shouldn't bust nobody else over the head.
And just like
here's the flaw though, because that's like saying that babies are innately going to speak. They only are going to speak what they're exposed to,
right?
Or the words they're introduced to. They're only going to know.
That's called education.
Right. But again, if you don't understand, if you don't know a concept and it's not introduced to you, how can that become innate? People,
we're not talking about concepts. We're just defining the word conscience.
Right, but conscience is based off of.
We're talking about morality.
Right.
Amber,
yes.
The word morality. Look up. If you look up the word mores, you'll understand what morality comes from. Mores has to do with your custom and and the characteristics of your culture or society.
Exactly.
Right? It has nothing to do with religion. Your morality, your mores, your custom to your society. Because I can have 10 wives in my custom, but in your custom,
before you go on a rant, I understand what morality is. That's why I asked the question. Does science address that? Because there's nothing in science that addresses morality. That is a social thing.
Yeah, but science affects you socially.
You said what?
The more science affects you socially, the more scientifically literate you get, the more your views change. So your customs will change.
Science is not gonna make you nicer.
Let me give you another analogy.
No. Explain to me how science gonna make somebody nice.
Okay, watch this. A baby is innate. A baby is born with two fears: the fear of falling and the fear of loud noise. So, like, if you have an infant in the house and you drop a book real hard on the table, bam! That baby, it's gonna start crying. So innately, he feels something is wrong. If you hold the baby in the air and suddenly just real fast drop it to the ground, he'll get to scrambling. Because something about gravity and innately in him, they know that's harmful and something's gonna happen bad to them.
Yeah, I'm gonna need y'all to source up on some of these.
I think the word y'all looking for is empathy. Human beings have empathy. That's
somebody about to go to jail.
Basically, what's good for you? I know what's good for you because I know what's good for me. I wouldn't
do no shuffling on all the police in the background.
That ain't me.
It's me. I got my window open. My bad, y'all.
My bad. Baltimore in the building and all the police stars.
Okay.
Like,
but look, but Shep.
The reason why I wouldn't hit you with a hammer, right, is because I know I wouldn't want to get hit with a hammer. You feel me? That's called empathy. That's like if I see, like, I don't have to get hit by a car to feel for you if you get hit by a car because I got legs too. You see what I'm saying? That's where it all stems from. Human beings have empathy. We can imagine ourselves in somebody else's shoes. You feel me?
Are there human beings that don't have that capacity?
Yes. They're called psychopaths.
Yeah, sociopaths. Right.
Sociopaths.
Bro, you got the
narcissistic people don't have empathy. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Listen, you got the gene called the ADRA2B gene. And Ngozi talk about this, but it's literally a gene that certain Europeans developed to where as though it makes them see negative in shit. Makes them see negative outcome and shit. So they have.
I don't know. Zen, you gotta pull it up, bro.
That don't sound scientific.
Like it sound good. I ain't saying you're wrong. I'm just saying like just can't like that shit's good to know. Like throw that shit on the screen or let's type that.
Oh
shit.
yeah. I bet.
You know what I'm saying? Like you feel me? Like I ain't heard about that. That'd be dope. That'd be dope. That'd be dope to put.
When you say conscious community, conscious, that means aware. Conscience is innate.
Okay, that innate consciousness, Chief, like they don't know what that is. Like they know little about that as they do about goddamn quantum physics, bro.
Yeah, I mean, we do. Conscious is not no difficult thing. It's the inner feeling. You know, like my I got a 4-year-old grandma.
I'm biased.
Even when she was 1, she wouldn't walk off a cliff.
Yeah.
I'm biased. Tell them about consciousness. Like we don't have this scientific discussion.
Right. We have innate feelings of danger from 1 year old.
He said conscious is a simple thing.
Awareness. Conscious is awareness. Conscience is innate.
They don't even have a correct way. They don't even have a fully way to define it. It's so theoretical. They haven't even fully figured out an actual way to define consciousness. That's how.
I'm just saying in general, there is definitions of conscious and conscious. Just look it up. It's easy.
Yeah. The conscious thing is tricky.
I wanted to ask you something, Chief, because I understand what innateness is. So you said that babies are born with 2 things. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. That's Zen bugging out.
You said babies are born with 2 things. You said that's fear, right?
No, I said babies are born with 2 fears that I know of: the fear of falling and the fear of loud noise.
Fear of falling, fear of loud noise. Neither of those are awareness of.
Zen, hold up a second, boy. You breaking up bad.
Yeah. Neither of those are an awareness of the potential harm that they could cause to another person.
No, it's not.
Only thing,
You're correct.
So the only thing that they innately have is kind of that self-preservation, kind of,
Right. That's basically what it is. Self-preservation is the first instinct. Like if you fear falling, you're thinking, "Oh my God, I'm gonna die." Even a 1-day-old baby has a fear of falling.
Right. So my thing is, like, you can't really call it innate because as far as empathy, because at the end of the day, a baby doesn't even know when they pose a potential threat to themselves. You understand what I'm saying?
Chef Ron said empathy. I didn't.
Oh,
okay.
but I stand on empathy because a baby also a baby is not developed. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of things, a baby can't walk, a baby can't talk, but it's in human beings to walk and talk. They just didn't develop to that stage.
Right. Here's an example of that.
But some babies never will walk or talk. So
here's an example. Here's an example of that. They have instincts in the conscience. Like if a 1-year-old baby is in a house and the 2 parents are arguing loud, the baby will start crying. He knows something's wrong.
But what I'm saying is this: so why would
But my thing is, there's no. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Like I said, why would tribal people then run around knocking each other across the head, bro?
Who?
Conquering.
I'm talking about.
That's called war.
I'm talking about no. I'm talking 30, 40,000 years ago, where people were tribal, before there was a civilization. If a tribe came across somebody from another tribe, there's only 2 rules, bro: run or kill it.
That's not true, though. You're being. That's an absolute statement. There's also all the tribes.
Human beings was the same.
Listen. We already know. We're not talking about science. We're not talking absolute. I'm talking about in general.
No, but human beings was the same 40,000 years ago as they are now.
Who got their page up right now?
Hey, what?
You see what I'm saying? The human being that exists now existed 40,000 years ago too. Right. Ain't nothing changed about his brain.
The thing that changed about human beings now is because we're not tribal now. We learned. We developed agriculture.
We're still tribal. We out here. We gang bang. We gang bang here in LA. We tribal.
Listen, who's I posted the links in the chat right here if y'all want to look at the gene variations. But I'm just saying that
I'm gonna let myself do it.
We differ as far as our variations and genetics goes, and how that affects us will, determine how we react and how we do things culturally.
I'm gonna give y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna find something on the evolution. I gotta find some of the evolution of behavior. I'll drop it for y'all to read.
Check out those links I just posted in the chat. Though.
I'm about to click in the Zoom with my laptop so I can share the screen because I don't want to do it from my phone.
Hey, can I add to something to the conversation?
No, Jawa. Hey, talking about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say peace real quick to everybody. But before it escapes my mind though, I hope that everybody realizes that not until a human being is 25 years old is the human brain fully developed. So our brain goes through stages of development with our brain stem, and then our mammalian brain, and then the cerebellum or whatever at the top, the frontal lobe. The frontal lobe is not fully developed until 25 years old. Yeah. And so when we discuss about what babies do and don't do, those are considered by psychologists the lower part of the brain, or instincts. And so we instinctively, want to eat and survive. And a baby actually innately will slap you, kick you, bite you, and the whole nine. And the babies don't know things about what we consider morals until they're taught. Morals are actually inculcated or domesticated in children. That's why children are born wild, and we have to domesticate them. But we call it home training, parenting, and stuff like that. They have to actually be taught right and wrong,
socialized.
But the right and wrong that people interpret from babies is really the survival.
Right. My 4-year-old grandbaby slap me up all the time.
You put the link in the chat,
Thank you.
Or you put it in the back chat?
I put it in so that goes back to my point that
I put it in again. I just came into it with my computer and I don't see it back there. Do it one more time for me.
And so that goes back to my point that science, or there's nothing in nature that addresses morality. These are standards that you have to be taught. True. And until they do that, then there is a need for, you can call it religion, but there is a need for a moral system or a moral standard. Science does not address everything.
Well, you got to understand this too, that morality, I came in late, so, forgive me if y'all already discussed all this stuff, but there are consequences, and it's actually rooted in consequences. If I do X, Y will happen to me. And people, that's a learned behavior that happens. So if I do this, this is going to happen. And that's cause and effect or consequence, and some people like to call it karma or whatever the case is. And so that's what people learn from. And so that's what people are educated from. So it's not really fear. You can't be fearful of something that you're completely unaware of. And so that's another thing. So some people who are completely ignorant, you have people like children. Like if you're older like us, no matter how whatever age we are here on the panel, if we were to sit at a park and watch little children play, some of the things that little children do, we would think they're crazy because they don't know any better and they're completely oblivious to it. So they don't see the danger in some of the things that they do, and then they'll do it. So we have to warn them and say, I don't do that. Don't do that. Don't put that in your mouth, or don't do this and don't do that. We have to actually
hot.
This goes back to what I was saying about this being cultural. Like morality is cultural because it depends on the culture that you grew up in and what your morals are going to be. So it's taught to you.
And listen, and what do your cultures normally come from?
Your religion.
I mean, your culture comes from your environment, and usually
your culture comes from your religion, your spiritual practice, bro.
Well,
that's all a part of your culture.
It's what you deem that's important to you,
and that's what you put into your. I'm saying, but that's what you put into your spiritual system.
But your environment. We call it spiritual system. They don't call it spiritual system.
I'm just trying to find a word like.
No, but you right, King Sosa. I think John Henry Clark said it. I think he said religion is a way that civilizations or how did he say it?
I know you're talking about, but I forgot the quote.
Yeah, religion was a way for people to put their culture or to transmit their culture to future generations. So they will put their morals and stuff inside the religion to transfer it to future generations. You see what I'm saying? They like for instance in Islam, right? A lot of their practices was already, their customs was already practiced before the religion. You see what I'm saying? But like their hospitality, right, was always in their culture. But when those people left outside of Arabia, they put those different things inside their religion so they could transport it to other places and other people. So when you look around the world now today, most Muslims carry the same value system, right? Because the Arabs put that shit in their religion and they transmitted it. Yeah, they transmitted it to all generations came under that religion. You dig what I'm saying? So most of the time we think Islam and we're just looking at really Arabic culture. That's all it is. You know what I mean? You got an African and sub-Saharan African and Africa practicing Arab culture, but via the religion of Islam. So
okay, Sheffrin, that's very good, but I want to add to that because what's missing from your description, which I agree with, is that what we're calling religion is a packaged culture being used as propaganda.
Facts.
And it's taken out of context. By the time it's packaged and placed somewhere else, it's taken out of its natural environment to where it could be properly understood. And so a lot of religions are really misunderstood propaganda of people's culture.
Facts.
And that's what it is.
But so, I think it's done on purpose.
Okay, well, yeah, but that's a different. Yeah, that's
I can agree with what Draw and Chef Ross said.
Why would the Arabs give somebody in Indonesia their religion unless they wanted to dominate some portion of those people psychologically? Or you see what I'm saying? Why would they give that? It was a way for them, the same way the Christians did, right? They will make African kings take Christian names. You dig what I'm saying?
But
it's on a religion, so they knew what they was doing.
Well, and I'm trying to pull it up, but I can't pull it up.
The reason why I said that's probably a whole nother conversation is because I think both happen because you have what's called proselytization and the spread of these religions by force and so on and so forth. But then you have the other flip side of that where people adopt it without it being proselytized to them, without it being forced on them. So like Christianity, people become Christians now. There's no excuse of it being forced on them. They choose to become that way. People like African Americans will adopt, let's just say, for example, the Ghanaian religion of the Obosom or the Nigerian religion of Yoruba and stuff. These are conscious choices people are making at the same time. So both of those occur. But what I'm saying is that when you package a culture up, take it out of its paradigm and out of its own system where it's comfortably understood, it becomes misunderstood, and then it becomes practiced as a misunderstood, culture. It's like a snapshot of a culture, and so that's what becomes an issue. And we're labeling religion, and then we get it confused with spirituality, and then people go back and forth with religion or spirituality and stuff. And so what I said in the chat when I first tuned in, I was just reminding everybody of something that I always say is that until like a panel like this, until anybody who sits down and have these kind of discussions, until whoever's participating first, when you first start the session, the Zoom session, whatever, and everybody coming here, the first thing that people got to do
Define religion and spirituality.
They have to define all these things first, and then operate from those definitions throughout the entire rest of the conversation, regardless of what other people think. Maybe even in the chat, at least the people who are talking and participating, everybody has to be on the same page before you can really before it could be beneficial. Otherwise, I've seen these conversations go in circles all the time.
And what's crazy is that's what Chief X tried to do with the debate with Jabari. He started off defining the terms. You feel me?
I didn't see. I didn't feel like a circus tonight, so I didn't see it.
Yeah, but it's too late once the debate starts, because you can't hold me to that now. You know what I'm saying? Like, that got to be established before we walk into the
but Chief X did a good job by trying to define the terms so they could debate on those, because the nigga can say anything.
Yeah, so that's why when I started debating, I opened up. I defined spirit as what I think it is, and I defined spirituality. And when I read the definition of spirituality, it melted in with religion, because it stemmed from religion. So also somebody said a minute ago, religion and spirituality makes up the culture. I would say religion and spirituality, aspects or particulars of religion and spirituality make up culture. So like hip hop here, bomber jacker, spray painting art, pop locking, break dancing, and all that kind of stuff is a hip hop elements. It's a hip hop culture. It has nothing to do with spirituality.
But just let me say,
elements of things that make up the culture.
But let me just say this, like that statement, like that's not something that I say, right? That comes from Robert Sapolsky. He's a neurobiologist, neuroscience, right? And he studies that field. And basically what he talks about is how, when you look at it, he demonstrates how your environment shapes your culture, and your culture shapes your religion or shapes your God. And there's studies done on it, because you can tell by the type of society. If you live in an agricultural society, those gods are different from a person who lives in the desert or a nomadic tribesman, because of your environment. And you're in a violent culture, and somebody can come and take your food overnight. Your God has to be vengeful. There has to be retribution, because you can't just let somebody come and take your food. But if you live in an agricultural society where food is plentiful, then the type of God you create, or even if you live in a tropical rainforest, those type of gods are going to be different. And those type of civilizations normally form polygistic religions. You know what I'm saying? Polytheistic religion. Whether you see it in Yemen or whether you see it in South America. But that's the whole premise of everything, and there's research done on that.
So think about this real quick.
I really need your opinion on something with this.
Okay, let me just say this, Sosa. Also, along with what you're saying, nobody from their own point of view will call their own culture a religion, but it's the external people. It's like an endemic and exodemic situation, or exonymic situation. People from the outside will look at a foreign culture and then different elements of it and call it religion. But the people who are actually in it, living it, won't view it that way and won't describe it or call it that way, even if they had the term in their language. So we have to keep that in mind, that when
they bias.
This is why anthropologists of all the different types of fields and psychologists, they have to be very careful of how they document and write things, because they have to constantly shift from points of views. And so sometimes in these discussions, when people are being scientific, that could be easily forgotten, and then we'll project, and so that has to be always kept in mind. I think one of y'all said that earlier. I think Amber said that actually earlier when I first tuned in.
Hey, Sheffer, how are they biased, but we aren't?
No, I'm saying because sometimes you need somebody from the outside to basically have an overview of what you're doing. Somebody is going to have to compare culture to culture and see the similarities between those things to show you basically the same practices that you practicing, another people are practicing similar things, and they can all go into the same type of category.
So
you would say in your culture that yours don't belong in that category. But if it fits in that bracket, then for the general people, we have to put it in that bracket. You feel me?
Well, indigenous people.
When I hear scientists have this conversation, using their own words on podcasts, alluding to these things, they're not defining these people as religious. They're saying that it is being called religious because of, the time and era of, the people who was defining these cultures at that time. So that's a different perspective. Now, these people, we're defining it as religious because of the language we're using and because of the people who define the language that we're using. So that's two different modes of thinking.
And also, Sheffrin, a lot of indigenous people, when they come in contact with another, like if two neighboring distinct cultures come in contact, that line of contact, it's really the opposite. They embrace what they see as the same. So it's not like they will deny the similarities. It's the problem is the categories. Forget the names of the categories, but it's how things are categorized. So it's an issue of taxonomy, like categorization or ontology. And so the agency falls within the indigenous people, not the foreigner or alien. And so that's what we always have to remember. And so we will try to categorize things in regards to the name. We could just make up any name for the title of the category, but it has to be a requirement for it to be included in such a category. And a lot of times we get those wrong.
So how will we distinguish then? How, like for our culture, for us to understand certain things in our culture with our language, that's how we define things. Just think about it. All of us on here, anytime we see a person worshiping, praying, any of those type of things are always associated to us with religion. Now, for y'all might look at practices like worshiping and praying and ancestors and all. Y'all might look at it.
The thing is this, like,
somehow think it's not religion, but for me, it's easy for me to put that into a category of understanding for me and put that in a category with religion. Now for y'all might have another category.
For me, it depends on
but this is the thing. It doesn't matter the name. Like if we want to say the word religious, that's all fine. We could replace that specific word with anything. It's every category has a filter or a requirement or something that allows it to be that in that category and what excludes it. So like for we got two categories of gender, man and woman. And in order to put something in the category of a man, we have certain criteria that have to be met. And then certain criteria that are not met, we know to exclude everything else. And so in regards to, we say man, we can make up any word. We could say oobla googa and then baba baba for whatever categories of male and female. So the naming of the categories don't matter. It's what the category is defined as, identified as. And so this is the problem. That's where the issue is. So sometimes indigenous people won't even be doing the things that modern people will put that what they do in the category based on our understanding. See, that's why I say it's a misunderstanding where you agree with me earlier. Sometimes the culture. So okay, let me give you an example.
I already know your personal fight with this, bro.
So no.
We know where you're going with this, bro.
I'm not even gonna be long. I'm not even gonna be long.
Okay, but we know what you talk about.
Okay,
before you and Shepard get into it, but like y'all.
No, we're not even gonna do that. Well, I'm not. So I'm gonna say this. Real quick.
Who got their screen up there?
I'm gonna say this real quick. I think Sosa has his up. So I'm gonna say this real quick.
It's real blurry.
I think Amber said something earlier about funerary practice. We kind of touched on this in a previous conversation. Today, people bury their dead, they put them in a casket, they dress them up. The mortician does his thing, her thing, and fix the person up. We have a funeral procession. We do all that kind of stuff. Even people who would never identify as being quote unquote religious or even spiritual will go through that. You got guys on the street that will pour out liquor for their homies and this, that, and the other, but will never claim to be religious or spiritual. But yet they do the same thing. So based on the actions, it all depends on how a category is defined. And so some people are not categorized correctly because they don't fit these definitions, and we don't have enough knowledge to understand that they don't, so we just lump things together sometimes incorrectly. Well, I'm just saying we have to be careful of that. And a lot of times we don't on this kind of level, you know, in the lay conversations that you know most people have. So you got people who are into psychology and sociology and different anthropological fields that are careful. And that's why I think Zen is saying that when you read about some stuff, they don't describe it exactly like how in our casual conversations would describe it, because they're more careful. They have this understanding. And that's not everybody though, because I've read some books where you know they go buck wild with projections too.
Yeah, I'm gonna put you on the Robert's post.
And I'll say this, like, there's two different contexts. So you have the context that they were doing these things in during their time, and then you have the context under which we're currently having the discussion, trying to explain what they were doing during their time.
Exactly.
The two aren't necessarily the same. So we can discuss it, we can call it religion, because that's the context that we're having this discussion in under, as far as our understanding of what they were doing at the time. But that does not mean that it's the same thing as what they were doing at the time. You understand what I'm saying? Like they had
like I'm not saying that. I don't know if I'm not saying that. I'm just talking about what I was talking about. I'm talking about ritual practices.
Right. And that's why I keep referring back to that publication, because PBS laid it out so perfectly, because you got Africans telling you their perspective. You know what I mean? They're telling you they got their PhDs, and yes, it was described as religion, but to them, it was just life.
We're unbiased at.
Yeah. I'm saying, I'm unbiased at. Hey,
I agree. I agree with you.
No.
Unbiased somewhere. Unbiased be cupcaking when he get
he definitely be with them fat girls.
Yeah, he be in there cupcaking and shit.
Hey, this question for Wujawu and Chef. Is spirituality helpful or pointless?
I can't even answer that.
Man, Wujawu. Chief X, define spiritual for Wujawu, please.
Wujawu sharp.
No. Let Chief X. No. Let Chief, because Chief X said that he defined it earlier. So exactly. I'm curious to hear what was his definition that operated his conversation.
Give me the definition for spirituality, Chief X.
Okay.
So let's go based on that, because I've defined it. I've had this discussion. I did a whole presentation on spirituality versus science.
How you define spirituality?
Religion.
No, I didn't. Don't start those shit, bro.
No, I didn't.
Them videos with life, bro. When we were talking about spirituality and science, spirituality isn't science. Those videos were jewels, bro. I wish y'all can revamp them.
No, I have them. I still have all the slides. I did the whole thing. And so, but I want you to define it, because I pulled mine from the I used the basic dictionary definition that everybody had access to keep it accessible.
Okay, so here's what I said about spirituality. 1 second.
I don't even know who made up that word spirituality. That shit crazy.
It was coined. It was coined like in I think 1700 or something.
I just used a basic wiki, but I just kind of added some comments.
No, we're not 1700. We're earlier than that.
So spirituality, I just said the meaning of spirituality has developed and expanded over time. So it's a huge subject, and it's okay. Meaning of spirituality has developed and expanded over time, and various connotations can be found alongside each. Traditionally, spirituality referred to listen to what it's saying. Traditionally, spirituality referred to a religious process of reformation, which aims to recover the original shape of man, oriented at the image of God. So I was saying spirituality sprung from religion.
Click on the image of God. We can see what the source, what he's saying for the image of God. We got to get everything.
I want to see what the image of God look like.
Yeah, we need the context. Put the image of God thing right there so we can see what it says.
Image of God. Can you see that?
Man make up God.
The concept of theological doctrine in Judaism, Christianity, and Sufism of Islam asserts that human beings are created in the image and likeness of God.
So let me say this. That image of God is not like, I know the default is a look, like physical look, but that's not
characteristics.
That's not what it is. It's when it said the image of God is the attributes of God. The belief is that human beings have the attributes of God, but not the same quantity of those attributes. It's like taking a teaspoon of water out the ocean versus the ocean. The water in the teaspoon and the ocean is made up of the same things, but it's not made up of the same quantity of those things. That's where that doctrine comes from.
I agree. So it continues on to say, oriented at the image of God, as exemplified by who? The founders and sacred texts of the religions of the world. The term was used within early Christianity to refer to a life oriented towards the Holy Spirit, and broadened during the late Middle Ages to include mental aspects of life. So it's basically saying, in my opinion, originally spirituality comes from religion, and it expanded later on to other concepts that we develop and talk about.
Right.
So here's the thing you have to.
Monotheism is defining the word. That is what you're reading.
Yeah. So I want you to understand that a lot of times when we do this, or when people have these kind of discussions, a lot of the core authority or what people are pulling from is based in monotheism and basically the Abrahamic tradition, and it's very limited. But I just want you to
in the article they use the religion of the world. So that's what you mean. The religions of the world is monotheistic, Abrahamic, Islamic, and Christianity.
But notice that whenever you drill down, and it's a lot of these conversations, just when you do future conversations, just peep it, that it's always based on an Abrahamic lens. Like the Abrahamic systems are dictating all this stuff, and that's what people are pulling from. Like even what Chief X just read is based primarily on the Abrahamic tradition, more specifically Christianity, as it mentioned. Right. So that's what it is. But now if you look at my screen, this is what I defined.
You want me to stop sharing my screen?
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
Hold on. Based on Chief X's definition, the spirituality pointless.
I don't see. No, because I see that version of spirituality is a misunderstanding. Like I said earlier, it's a misunderstanding.
But how was that a misunderstanding?
So later on in the 19th and 20th century, later on, then they consider they have modern spirituality.
Right,
then they start implementing Hinduism stuff and
esoteric
Asian
stuff,
beliefs and stuff like that. That kind of expands to what we're talking about now. It's the chakras, kundalinis, and all that old shit, and it just expands. The shit people make up and trying to sell you shit. You know what I mean?
Well, when you talking about other religions, right, like African religions, they classify them as fetish, right?
Well, they classify, like a lot of times, you hear more spirituality with African stuff than the word religion, as opposed to the Abrahamic things.
Yeah, that's a politically correct way of saying it. But I remember from reading older books, white people would call African religions and religions of the East that wasn't in the Abrahamic traditions, they would call them fetish religions.
Yeah, and again, that's and so you're speaking on your other point, doubling down, which I agree. I'm saying this is my point. It's always exonymic. It's named by alien people who are not living participants of that lifestyle, who are always doing the describing. And when we have these discussions, we're pulling from that as opposed to the actual people themselves who they attempt to describe what they're doing. And so this is the problem or the challenge of anthropologists. So people who are very good anthropologists, who are excellent at what they do, they're very careful, and they're very careful at what they do. Other ones, can be sloppy, but that's the challenge that they have. And so we have that same challenge if we care. If we don't care, then we could just label anything how we want to. Oh yeah, they're fetishes, or they're this, they're that, they're spooky, they're this, that, and the third. And we could do that. Everybody has the right to do that.
Do you agree that prayer, the etymology, means begging?
Yeah, prayer means to ask.
Or beg, yeah, because I see it sometimes it says begging, and it breaks down the etymology of you're begging or asking.
Yeah, it's to fervently
petition.
Ask. It's a petition to ask.
Petition, yeah.
And because the word beg means to ask too, so it's the same. So praying is asking. Is basically the act of asking, to beg for forgiveness, or to beg for what do you call it? Beg for peace is where the word shalom actually comes into play. The word that they translate as peace really meant to beg for mercy. You're asking for mercy after you lost a war, a fight, or whatever. That's where the word salam or shalom come from. In Egyptian, it's shalom. And it was after wars where the Semitic folks begged for mercy. But on the screen, yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna ask you. So you would pretty much define spirituality as the quality of being concerned with the human emotions or character.
Well, I have it on the screen. So it's the quality of being concerned with the human spirit or soul, opposed to, and I put that in red, opposed to the quality of being concerned with material, physical things. So anything spiritual, or what's the
wait, withdraw before you continue on. When you said the quality opposed to the quality of being concerned with material or physical things,
right?
That's why I kept saying in the debate, the most religious and the most spiritual people are usually the poorest people, because they're not concerned with the quality, like the second definition.
Right. Well, this is coming from the dictionary. So I just highlighted the opposed part in red so people could see the dichotomy. So what they define spirituality as is the concern for what's considered the human soul or spirit or soul, as opposed to material or physical things. So no matter if we don't know the definition of spirit and soul, what this definition does for us, it sets up a dichotomy between material and physical with spirit and soul. So whatever the spirit and soul is, we know it's not material and it's not physical. And so
are you a physical being, Wujaru?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay, good.
I mean, why would you ask me that?
Right. So people keep saying these things. I'm a spiritual being.
Yeah.
You ain't never got no food.
I just took it a step further and included the definition of spirit in what I read. So instead of spirit, I just gave it some context based off the definition, of spirit.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So, yeah. But now here's the thing with spirit. Now, that's, a spirit is not something that's, you could run through real fast, because spirit is actually, now this definition sets up the dichotomy. Spirit by this definition is not material and it's not physical, which means spirit is immaterial or non-physical. And so the question is, can anything be immaterial and non-physical but yet exist?
So they say spirit is incorporeal, meaning
no. Back up.
The simple definition on Google said that spirit was emotions and character. That's right.
And that's why but the original it's a bad topic. Just off this shit alone, bro.
Personality, your character.
Yeah, we're adding stuff to it. because the original people who coined the term spirit, it was definitely something real. They meant it meant breath, to respirate or to breathe.
No, I have it. Sheffrin, since you're saying it, I have it on the screen. You can read it.
Okay. Can I see that? In Latin, spiritualist originally meant breath. It was derived from the verb spira,
Sperare.
or breathe, spirare, or to breathe. Source and end. So yeah, that's basically what I was saying. You feel me? So the original people, it was a real thing. Breath is something real. That's physical. That's, you know what I mean? That's not nothing that's spooky. We just put spooky shit into it. You feel me? But go ahead.
So let me explain why I say that's you know, that's like a little more discussion on it, because you're absolutely right. Spirit comes from Latin spiritus, and it meant breath or wind. And so what happened is that literal meaning of breath or wind became metaphorized, and it became a word that referred to anything that could not be seen that caused objects to move. And that's what the breath and wind does. If you blow on a piece of paper, and I did a little skit on Facebook about this, but if you have some tissue in your hand,
Stu must be back.
Yeah, I hear a lot of
mute out.
How you just come back and all this? Not how I just know you back.
No. I'm listening.
No,
I've been listening to it.
I hear a
yeah,
lot
but your mic got feedback.
I hear a lot of noise right there.
Let me try.
So,
if I mute you, you can just come back in and mute out. I'm saying I'm gonna mute your mic, but you can always mute yourself. You did.
So here's how the word slightly shifted. Spirit literally meant the breath or wind, and then it got used metaphorically as that which causes things to move but cannot be seen. And so what they witness is that if you blow on a piece of tissue in your hand, you're causing the tissue to move, but they can't see what's causing it to move. They can't see what is actually moving it, but they know something is moving it. And so they metaphorized it to become synonymous with the word animate, which means to move.
Move, right?
Animals and animation and animate, to move. So that thing within the human being that gives us the ability to move but cannot be seen was therefore called the human spirit.
Well,
that's how that came about.
I want you to continue with Joe, but I have a spin on that. Like, so I agree with the terms, it meaning breath and personality. So so some of the definitions said makes things move. Like, if I don't breathe, I'll die and cease to continue to move. So when I breathe, I take in a spirit of life. You get what I'm saying?
Breath of life. Hey,
wait. But
so if I don't have the breath of life, I don't have a spirit. I don't move.
Hold on.
I'm dead.
Wait, I like that. So hold
on 1 second. So, Chief, based on that definition,
y'all starting to speak my language now.
Based on that definition, is it pointless or helpful?
Well, that's what we're talking about. Spirit. Now we would have to go to spiritual. We would have to go to spirituality.
All right. We're gonna work out with it. We're gonna go slow. All right, go ahead.
So sometimes you gotta separate spirit and spirituality sometimes.
No, I was just gonna say, Chief X, that's excellent, because this is the thing. The breath of life is when you breathe, you're actually sustaining your life, because if you cease to breathe, you will cease to live. And so it's just basically, just kind of should be common sense. And so again, the human spirit is that animating, is it what causes us to be able to move. And so because we can't see it, just like wind caused things to move, but we can't see wind itself, then they became synonymous, and one was a metaphor for the other. And so the human spirit is nothing spooky and nothing unrealistic about it. It's just a description of the animating force, which allows us to move. And what allows us to continually be able to move is us breathing.
All right, now let's work out with the spirituality. We're trying to
Okay, so now spirituality. Now to go back.
Made up
We
shit.
read that.
No. But hold up. But now let's go back. Let's go back. So let's go back to spirituality. According to the definition, spirituality is the concern with the human spirit or soul, as opposed to material physical things. So there's nothing. So in and of itself, is nothing wrong with it, because spirituality. If you think about it, by what we're saying, spirituality. If you're concerned with the human spirit, then you're also concerned with just life itself. Because without breathing and without that animating force, you're not going to be alive.
And also, so let me give you my spin on soul real quick. Like I define
that's a
soul.
whole nother thing.
Right, so hold on, let me just say that. Hold on.
Based on that definition,
hold on.
let you go,
Let me just say this real quick.
I'm gonna let you go.
I just want to define my soul, and then I'm done. Soul to me, my understanding of soul, how I spin it, I say your soul is that burning desire in you, that energy and that desire, your burning desire you feel. That's how I kind of couch it.
Okay, so I have it on the screen. So this is the actual historical meaning of the word soul, or historical layout of the word soul. Behind the word soul lies the ancient notion of the soul as something fleeting or mercurial. For its prehistoric Germanic ancestor, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, was related to the Greek Aeolus, which means quick moving. Its modern Germanic cousins include German, blah, blah, blah. So the soul, now here's where it gets very, very confusing. And this is why in America, among a lot of these conversations among us English speakers, we switch up the word spirit and soul like it was, peanut butter and jelly. Right. You know what I'm saying? We mix the two, blend the two, use them synonymously, but they actually not. They're actually different, but they became synonymous, and that's just how we inherit it now. So there really is no difference now, but there used to be a distinction between those two, and it really ties into psyche. So the word psyche is where we get psychology from, and the study of the human mind and human behavior. And this is where you get personality being defined as spirit, what Amber said, because she added that, saying it's personality and emotion.
Whoa, before you go any further,
okay.
I just want to drop something before you go any further. The definition that you and Chief gave is not an African definition. It's a European, it's a Greek definition.
Africans don't have no concept.
For spirit or spirituality, which one?
Spirituality. Breath from spirit, meaning the breath, is a European concept. It's not an African concept.
It's a European word.
It's a European word and a European concept.
Well, let's get informed by an African. I have it on the screen. So, in a lot of African communities, when they describe what Europeans see, there's a disconnect. Europeans try to match, their concepts from their lens with African concepts from African lenses, and so sometimes there's a misfire. There's a you can't sequence the two. But that's the attempt. You're right. They attempt, but they missed the mark.
But when you translate, you can't always conceptualize ideas.
Right, and I agree with you. But what I'm saying is that when you don't do it,
I know. I'm just trying to. I know you agree.
Okay. Yeah. So no, but I'm saying it's called an unsuccessful translation. That's what it's called. When they can't do it, it's unsuccessful. So what I'm saying is that even though it's unsuccessful, people still roll with it because it becomes popular. And so a lot of African communities, when they try to explain what Europeans are calling spirit, to them, they always define it as some kind of energy, force, power, or some kind of strength. And that's why I have highlighted here in the red. And so but that's not quite right. I mean, that's not right, because energy is a property of matter. So if the spirit is immaterial, which means it has no matter, then it can't be energy, because energy is a quality or property or attribute of matter.
Teach.
See? So you cannot equate the two, but a lot of people do it. And so that's where the problem comes in. And so when you asked me the question, that's why I said I can't answer it just on the fly.
But we're talking about Western world spirituality, right, Chief?
Right.
Okay, so Western world spirituality.
Well, our debate was about spirituality as a whole, not just Western.
Well, it's gonna transform as it leads from culture to culture.
Right. Yeah, because think about what you just said, Chief. If we read these definitions in their original context, they are European.
Yeah.
Right.
We speak English, so we supposed
right. But then the problem with Jabari and them is they try to put they try to act like everything is African, right? Then they use European concepts and try to fit African concepts with European words. And then it gets all confusing because soul, like we just skipped over the word soul. We went to the root word of the word spirit, and we seen that originally it meant breath. And then Bro.Jabari gave a good explanation how it came.
I think he was finna build on the soul part, but he kind of got
Yeah, I was ready to tie it in. The soul.
But quickly.
I want to get to the end. I want to put a button on the spirituality thing. I'm trying to get a yes or no.
Yeah, we're gonna come back around, right?
But
back around
quickly, I have a contention with the energy thing because while I understand what you're saying, there are other definitions that define energy, like the strength and vitality required for sustained physical or mental activity. So, would it be something material that would sustain mental activity? Do you think that's necessarily a requirement?
Please, can I answer this with y'all?
Okay, I'll go ahead. If I'll probably add, go ahead.
Okay, so energy, like human beings, we get energy from food. Like a calorie is a measurement of energy, if I'm saying that correctly. So when we take in calories, it gives us energy to do work and produce and stay alive. If we stop eating food, we have no more energy and we die. A calorie is a measurement of energy. Am I right with y'all?
I understand what you're saying, but
calorie to sugar.
So it's things that are similar. It's called vitality, vigor, life. So again, it's saying that it's synonymous with vitality, vigor, and life. Do you think that it's, huh?
Go ahead.
Your body
defining what? Hold on. I'm trying to figure out what she's defining. You're defining.
This is energy.
I'm just trying to keep up.
If you just Google energy definition.
Go ahead. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, first one is a noun. The strength and vitality required for sustained physical or mental activity. That is one of the definitions for energy. Now, while I understand that y'all may have your scientific definition of what energy is,
No. Energy is energy.
Said the scientific definition. Basically, energy means the ability to do work, which y'all would taught me that.
Right. But what I'm saying is there are other working definitions for energy.
No. What you're talking about right now is how energy works within the body.
I'm talking about a Google definition. Energy definition is what I put in. And it says energy, noun, number one, the strength and vitality required for sustained physical or mental activity.
Right. Like the ability to do work.
What does mental correspond to?
It's body. You talking about the body.
Mental
so
it's other forms of energy.
So that's what I'm saying.
If it's mental, is it matter?
What I was trying to say is that your body uses the things that you take in chemically, and it creates chemical reactions that makes electrical responses in your body, and that creates, your hormones and all the other stuff like that. So it is a chemical response. So when you're measuring it in the body, you can use language like that. But in layman's terms, if you want to get directly down to it, I mean, what we're saying is pretty much it.
So is what you define is not different than the scientific definition of energy is the capacity to do work. It is a measurement. It is the measurement of the capacity to do work. And a force is the push and pull on an object. And then power has a different definition. And so in layman's conversations, when we talk everyday conversations, we really don't distinguish between those concepts.
Yeah, we mix all that up. Energy, power, and force.
Right. We mix them up, and that's cool for the types of conversations in everyday, talking. But
like spirit and soul, we just mix that up.
Yeah, exactly. But when we want to zoom in on a conversation, we really have to consider what they actually mean. And that's why I keep saying, you know, a nomenclature has to be built at the beginning of these conversations in order for it to be beneficial. Otherwise, we're not going to really get anywhere because we're misusing the term.
Right.
You know?
So I'm asking,
and-
have we arrived to a definition for spirituality? Because this is really what the exercise is about.
Yeah. So, but Sosa, because everybody is taking turns to speak, it seems like we're taking a long time. But we're coming. Like, I want to come right back to what you're asking, but to do that, there's other things that are coming up that's necessary though. Because what Amber asked is necessary, and then the breakdown of a spirit and soul is necessary to come back to spirituality.
So all this to get to a definition of spirituality.
No, not the definition. Not the definition.
I put the definition of spirituality.
Yeah, we already read it,
that, remember?
But to actually build, like, we already read the definition, but now to have a full understanding and for it to like have some worth in the conversation, we got to understand it. Like, we could read definition all day long.
But that's the question can't be answered until we go that far.
So I have a question.
Before we answer that question, MC is
but we're wasting time going back and forth about why we're moving forward when we can just move the conversation.
I just want to know. I just
asked I'm going to come back to it. I'm going to come back to it.
Definition. That's because the whole thing will be the debate recap, and then just answer that. Then we can move on. Sheffrin, based on Chief X, this definition, is it pointless or is it helpful?
It's helpful.
Wuja.
It's just as helpful as the field of psychology.
Psychology is helpful.
Definitely.
All right.
That's what spirituality is. It's psychology.
All right, Amber. Ask your question. I'm good.
So
that was easy. Go ahead.
So what is adrenaline?
Oh shit!
Adrenaline is a hormone that's released from the kidneys, from the adrenal glands above the kidneys, that gives you the ability to fight or flight. It actually causes your blood to rush to your extremities to where you can run, and it actually gives you your muscles a stimulation to be able to either fight or run away.
Here you go with this, Amber. Let's go.
So like for instance, and let me just say this: energy is. I said this in the debate. Energy is a physics word. People want to so bad make it a spiritual word, but spiritual people stole the word energy and misuse it.
Well, no. Sometimes.
Let me finish my sentence. Hold on. Let me just finish my sentence. Y'all relax. So spiritualists stole that, but energy is physics. Energy is science. It has nothing to do with spirituality.
But what I'm saying is words cross over and go over to other sciences. Like that's happens. Like even the word
sciences.
You can't pick and choose when you want to use a modern definition and when you want to use yesteryear's definition. Like
but when we do that, and when you got somebody who's like me, who's in the field, who's an engineer dealing with electronical frequencies and high voltages, low voltages, all types of stuff all day, and you talk to me about, stuff like this, we have to be specific. So, I mean, we have to define what we mean. We can't just blatantly just blanket label everything.
So, listen,
basically I'm saying there's too many different.
He went out. So listen, say this. I just want to say, Amber, to your question real quick. I did an entire short video on actually an hour-long video with conversation though on Facebook about the misconceptions of energy, and I addressed your points in that video. And I have the slides that I use for that video, and I pointed out that even beginner physics students have a misconception of what energy is, and it was studies done where people were polled and asked what they think energy is, and they showed by way of those studies that a lot of people feel that energy is a substance, is a thing, like we say a noun, a person, place, a thing, an actual thing, and so they were corrected by saying energy is a measurement, just like height. Height is not a thing. Like if I ask you how tall are you, your answer back to me is not a thing. It's not a substance. It is an attribute of you. And you're going to give me a measurement. That's what energy actually is. And so until we have that understanding, then we're misusing the term because what we're referring to is going to be off.
So I have no problem with you highlighting what you're talking about, being specific. When I speak of energy, this is what I'm speaking of.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is it is kind of going a little too far to say that we're just wrong in general when I can pull up a definition of energy that falls under it not being the ability to do work. Like, I'm not making this up. This isn't
reread what you
read your definition again.
Yeah, reread your definition.
It exactly means the ability to do work.
The strength and vitality required for sustained physical or mental activity.
Okay,
changes in the levels of vitamins can affect energy and well-being.
Okay, so now wait. I think too many people are talking, man. Amber, I didn't hear you because I don't know if there's noise or somebody else was talking.
Okay. The strength and vitality required for sustained physical or mental activity. An example sentence was changes in the levels of vitamins can affect energy and well-being.
Okay, now what I want to do real quick is to show you how what you just read is exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah,
read it again without the example.
The strength and vitality required for sustained physical or mental activity.
Okay, so they're setting up a requirement for sustained mental activity, so actions. And so what is required for activities? It is the capacity to do work.
Yeah.
So energy is the measurement of the capacity to do work. And so you need that capacity to even act, whether it's mental, physical, or whatever. You have to have that capacity there. If you didn't have the capacity, there'll be no action, no doing. The word doing, everything about life is doing, actions, activity, movement. And so in order to do those things, you have to have the capacity to do it. And that's what energy is, a measurement of that. That's what that is. And so
a calorie is a measurement of energy.
I thought earlier you said it deals with material though and matter. So
no, I said it's an attribute. Exactly. So it's an attribute of matter, of material, of material or matter.
To do work.
Go hand in hand.
So
and why we
now I'm confused.
Okay, so what?
And if you just keep it simple, Amber, just put in your head. Energy is the ability to do work. That's like
right.
The simplest definition. Always remember that.
Amber, what is it?
Wait, hold on. Wait.
Our thoughts material. Our thoughts material or matter?
No.
No, thoughts are not matter.
I mean,
come on. Not material either. Thoughts are non-tangible.
No. Wait. I just Chief X is correct, but you got to add this. Energy is not the ability to do work. It's the measurement of the ability to do work. We gotta.
Right, I agree. My bad.
We gotta understand it's a measurement of the capacity to do work. And so when you think you're working, you're doing, and in order to think, you have to have energy. You have to have that capacity to do that. And that's what it's talking about. Not the thought itself, not the abstract concept, but the ability to even conceptualize and think. What we call and think, it takes it requires energy.
Look, what she's saying is that can your thoughts not materialize? And what I'm saying is that your thoughts won't materialize.
No, I'm not saying that. So
yeah, I didn't get that from her.
So for me, and I'm gonna try to be clear but short. So for me, when I read the strength and vitality required for sustained physical and mental activity, and maybe I'm saying the same thing you're saying, or you're saying the same thing I'm saying, and there's just a confusion there. But so when I think of mental activity, I think of thinking, thoughts, the mind, right? And I don't necessarily think of energy in a way. I feel like you can derive energy from different sources. And I'm saying energy as in the strength and vitality. The strength and vitality.
So let me answer that real quick.
But before you do, let me finish talking. So for me, like if you get an adrenaline rush, sometimes adrenaline helps you perform better, or it helps you think clearer, or it helps you, make quick decisions because you're under that pressure. It's a surge of energy. You didn't really do anything, but if something goes off in the brain, that triggers this response. So for me, you can get that from a loved one, and it's not necessarily you taking something in, but it's just, it triggers some type of response.
Okay,
so,
listen, Amber, what you're saying, listen to what you're saying. Like, if I go jogging right now, that requires mental and physical activity. I get that it's a mental and physical activity to go jogging, okay? So calories, I'm getting energy from food, and the calories is a measurement of that energy. If I had 1 calorie, my physical and mental abilities would be kind of slow and sluggish that day. I didn't really get any calories and any energy. Calories is a measurement. So physical and mental activity, is still energy.
So here's the thing. So wait, what? Hold on, wait.
I'm lost as to why we, like, cause I'm getting lost where we're going with this. Like, what, where are we?
I've been dropped out of the conversation.
So I mean, I'm going where the conversation is going, actually, but I want to just click, because I think Amber's asking a good question. It may not be zoomed in on what you're asking though, Sosa, but I think it's a good question in itself.
Like, we was talking about something, but I'm getting confused.
You're talking about spirituality. If it's I thought you were satisfied on your answer with that one when we said that it's psychology or whatever. But Amber though, see, we're saying the same thing, and I hear what you're saying. There may be a little confusion there, but it's something that we're not used to in terms of how these words are actually properly defined. Just like the word, like the problem we have with the word theory, like in everyday conversation, theory means something way different than how it's used in the setting of where theories are actually derived, which is in science. And so we have this disconnect there. The same thing happens with the word energy, force, power, strength, and all those things are used like synonymously really on everyday conversations, but in the actual scientific fields, they're very distinct and used, in an intentional way. Strength is defined as a measurement as well. It's the measurement of how much pressure, pushing and pulling, that an object can withstand over time. That's what strength actually is. So how strong a person is, or how strong an object is a measurement of that. But we don't use it in that precise way in everyday conversation. So when if we're gonna move over into this conversation, we got to make a choice. Either we're going to use it in the ambiguous way in everyday conversations, or we're going to use it in a very specialized way where we can actually make some headway and find out what's really what. And so the energy is the measurement of the capacity to do work. In order to think, like when you say thinking, we don't think energy is necessary, because it seems like thoughts are immaterial, but it's all acts. Like your thinking, the ability for us to even think, it takes or requires the capacity to do work, because to think is to work, is to do work, not the thoughts themselves, but to think. The act of thinking is in and of itself an act, and all acts are actions, and actions take energy.
Synapses are firing.
And energy, listen, well, 1 second. Energy everywhere is governed by law. And so we have to understand the connection of all these things, of how it's connected. So spirit, going back to spirit is synonymous with psyche. It became synonymous with psyche. And so psychology is the actual study of the spirit, but we don't call it that. We say the study of human behavior and the mind and human behavior. And so spirituality is the concern with that. So psychologists are really spiritualists, and spirituality is psychology. If we're going to understand it properly, that's what it is. So if anybody asks, is it important or whatever the case is, the answer is yes. As long as psychology exists, then obviously the answer is yes. If we say no, then let's get rid of all the psychologists and dump that whole field in a garbage can.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
You disagree?
No, I don't disagree. When Chief Ed took that debate, I told him, I said, man, that topic. So when Chief Ed took that debate, I said, man, that topic, bro.
But it's just a broad topic. We're just having a discussion. It's okay. It's not. It's not like you don't have people. It's not like people are just so set. Oh, he won. Sometimes it's just a discussion. We just discuss the spirituality as a whole. It's okay, bro.
Spirituality.
Yeah, I ain't tripping though.
A lot of people learn something.
Yeah, I ain't tripping on. I was just saying. That's what I was saying.
So
like,
the three of us, we all three agreed on the topic to debate about, not just Chief X.
So check this out.
It was just so broad, like that's the whole point.
Right. And that's okay though. It's okay. It's okay. You can't nail it down. You'll never be able to totally nail that subject down. That's why I continue to say there's so many religions, there's so many countries and cultures and spiritual practice. There's thousands of them.
All
so
right,
to get one clear set, hold on.
So
to get one clear set found answer on spirituality, you're not gonna really get it.
No, it's
I understand. I fully understand it.
Okay.
It's more so about how Sha Nana illustrated it. The title that he used was kind of ambiguous, and it does kind of lead you on to think that it was a debate. So the wording Sosa used wasn't out of context at all.
What word?
I didn't watch the video, but just from the title, it looked like a debate. Not a
yeah. I mean, it's a debate.
I mean, it was a debate.
We disagreed with each other about spirituality, so it was a debate. But it was just a friendly debate and discussion. Is all I'm saying. Why I've been so technical?
Hey, can I share? Can I share? I got four.
I don't think that was a debate. I just think that was a discussion.
Right. Well, whatever it was, the same thing. Cool. It's cool. All good.
Hey, can I share these? I got 5 slides.
It was two opposing views having a discussion.
We're gonna do energy.
I got 5 slides that I just want to share with y'all from my discussion, 2-year-old discussion about energy, the misconceptions of it. So I just want to share this with y'all. Here's the historical background of the word energy. So energy comes ultimately from the Greek word ergon, which means deed or work. This was a descendant of Indo-European wergon, which also produced English work, liturgy, organ, and orgy. So remember, our word work comes from the word energy, and that's why it's the measurement of the capacity to do work. An addition of the prefix "en" at produced the adjective energes or energos, at work, hence active, which Aristotle used in his rhetoric as the basis of the noun energeia, signifying a metaphor which conjured up an image of something moving or being active. This later came to mean forceful expression, or more broadly still, activity or operation. English acquired it via late Latin energia. Okay, so we can see what happened here. We can see how it was coined and used, and then it was metaphorized by Aristotle to become an image of something moving or being active. So now bring it up to date. This is coming from, you can see the source there after the paragraph. Energy is not a substance, fluid, paint, or fuel. We use this term to denote a construct, numbers calculated in a certain way, that are found by theory and experiment to preserve a remarkably similar relationship in very diverse physical phenomena. That's one explanation of energy. Another one, in physics, energy is an abstract, non-material quantity associated with the state of a system. Next, the confusion related to energy, heat, etc., is suggested by Chi, Slada, and their collaborators, that these conceptual difficulties are due to ontological misclassifications, and that's what I was saying earlier. In particular, they claim that students unwittingly classify physical concepts like heat and current as material substances as opposed to processes, and that shifting between these ontological categories is quite difficult for students. And so this was the study I was talking about. These are the authors of that study where they asked beginner physics students about the concept of energy, what they felt about it, and heat, and so on and so forth. And so it showed through that study that there's an ontological misfire with those concepts. And so this is the last thing one I'm going to share. So again, I say this all the time. The issue comes down to one of language, semantics, and pragmatics for the most part. Scientific nomenclature is a common thing, which is where you take existing words and precisely define them to shape the scope of communication within a given scientific field of study. Common example, people can relate to the so-called legal system or relate to, so I don't know why I have that there, to the legal system where people know about legal jargon, which uses everyday words differently. Take the word over, for example. The phrase, she is over the children. Over is a spatial word, placing some object higher than another in space. Yet we use over to mean in charge or responsible for. Look at the word charge in the previous sentence. Physics uses it differently than I just did. Okay, like charge, a charge in physics. So a reflection of this ongoing problem with energy being a measurement or a thing of substance is also shown in the term dark matter. As Neil deGrasse Tyson always says, dark matter is not matter, it's a measurement, and it is a misnomer. Dark matter is a calculation, yet people and scientists call it dark matter. And so that's where we have to be careful. And so energy is another one of those words. And from there, we could say the same thing about spirit and everything spiritual. We got three words: spirit, spiritual, and then spirituality. And so until you properly define spirit, your whole thing of spiritual and spirituality is going to be off as well. And so that's why it's important. But anyway, that's all I wanted to share.
I thought are you still going to address the soul?
Oh yeah. We kind of like passed by that, but yeah, to go back to the soul. So here's the difference between soul and spirit. Now today we don't use it this way, so I'm just saying that if you're ever going to talk about it, you have to make these distinctions. The spirit is the causal agent of what causes something to move. The soul is the movement itself. That's the difference. But we don't use it and we don't make that distinction in the everyday conversation, but that is the real distinction. And so a spirit is a causal agent of movement. You cannot see it because it came from the literal concept of wind and the breath that we can't see, but the wind and breath causes things to move. To the soul is the movement itself. That's why the Greek word for soul, where I had the word soul, the Greek word for soul meant fleeting. It's something that is fleeting, mercurial, which means that it's another way saying quick or mercurial. You know, like mercury moves around fast. It's something that's quick and sporadic, or a spurt. And so the movement is quick and a spurt, but that which causes things to move was the spirit. So that was the difference between the two words, but we blended them now today. And that's why the conversations don't really go anywhere, because when we read these concepts from the history or past, they made distinctions and we don't today. So we just blur it all together. But that's really what it was about. That which causes to move. Now, the question I asked earlier is, can something be immaterial and therefore non-physical, but yet exist?
Yeah.
That's my question.
Oh, go back to the soul. Now we define spirit, right? And its origin meant
breath.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, if you go back to the origin of soul,
I have it on screen.
Okay, hold on. Spirit came from what language?
Latin.
Greek.
Which one?
Latin, spiritus.
Okay. All right, they had Latin. Right, spiritual.
Right here.
That's Latin. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, soul comes from a Germanic root. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a Germanic root, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in their concept, right? Because we're talking about two different people, different groups of people, right? You have the Latin people, right? Which is Italy, that whole peninsula area, right? Then you have the Germanic and Celtic people, right? Of Europe or Eurasia or whatever, however you want to call it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now that word it didn't mean spirit or to breathe. It had something to do with coming from a lake or a body of water, because that's what they believed. It was something that emanated from the lake or the spirit. I mean, the lake, because they believed that that's where people came from. The essence of people or things came from out of the lake or the river. It was something sacred to them. So I'm trying to figure out how the hell we didn't mesh these two different European terms that originally meant completely foreign things to what we are making them mean nowadays in modern time. I think we didn't added so much, other stuff into it. Like it's hard to understand now. Like what are we even talking about? If spirit originally meant breath or to breathe, these people was talking about something real, something tangible. The religious aspect of it was making it hard to understand. When people start acting like breath or to breathe had something religious to it or something spooky to it, that's when you start adding all of it. You see what I'm saying? And then when you start thinking that soul means like your psyche and different things like that, like those original people who made these words didn't even mean what we saying nowadays. Like, how did we get to this point?
Okay, so if you look at Greek text contemporary to the coining of the word spirit meant breath or wind. And so the wind causes things to move. You can feel it, and you can actually see the wind move objects. You can see, but you don't see the wind itself. You see the result of it. So
Right.
so when something, so if I blow a piece of paper, you can see the paper move, but you cannot actually see what's causing it to move, but yet you know that something is actually doing it. All right. And so that was spirit. And so it folded over into human beings, which causes everything to be animated, animus, where we get animal and animation from. That causal agent, which gives us this ability, is called spirit. Why? Because the wind operates the same way. When it comes to the soul is a word in the dramatic language that meant to be quick, to be sporadic or spurt. Okay. And they're not sure where the origin comes from that point backwards. Mm-hmm. So it is said to believe in their mythos that it's related to the ocean and what you talked about. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about the word itself. Disregard their myth. Just deal with what the word actually means. And so what I'm saying is that the soul in German is equated to the Greek word that meant to be quickened. And so what happens is the causal agent of the movement is spirit, but the movement itself is the soul. That's the difference.
Right. But see, this is the problem. And Chief X, this is the problem right here. We are taking ancient people words, right? And we're trying to, we're basically they didn't have a understanding past, they had a limited understanding of a lot of these
laws of nature.
Yeah. So they put spooky shit on real, they thought that breathing probably was something connected to the divinity and things like that, because they wasn't. Oh man, yo, I got it in my head, but y'all go ahead. I see what happened.
Well, no, hold on, let me help you out, because I'm saying you're onto it. Here's the thing. These are a lot of these things are explanations. They're explanations of that day. Today we would say they theories of that day, but they're not wrong though. It's just that they're. Wait a minute. Okay, you tell me this. Are you not able to move.
No, yeah, I am, but Bro.Jabari, this
So
is what I'm
so
saying.
let me.
This,
But wait,
no,
wait.
this
Let
is
me
why
just
I'm
say.
saying they wrong.
Hold on. Let me say. Okay, say why they're wrong first, and then
I'm saying the reason why I say that they're wrong is because we both can look at the same phenomena, right? And
where's that I'm sorry. Where's that noise coming from? Because like every time you talk, I'm hearing like it's like somebody rubbing their phone, the speaker on their
I'm
phone and
hearing
stuff.
it when you talk too. I don't know what it is, but look, if all right, that's like a person living in the jungle who don't have no concept. Perfect example. I ain't even got to go that far. Is it Plato, right?
Mm-hmm.
The allegory of the cave.
Mm-hmm.
You know that one, right?
I'm familiar, yeah.
You familiar with the allegory of the cave?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, basically, what he was saying was when the people in the deep dark cave is basically ignorant. They don't understand. They don't have the knowledge of the people that's outside the cave in the light. So the people in the cave, they only see shadows, right? And the shadows is just a reflection or a murky reflection of the things that actually exist behind them. So the people in the cave is chained down, and the only things they can see is the shadows. And the most smartest people that's chained down, they start defining these shadows, but they really don't know what the shadows mean. You dig what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They might so basically those ancient people who came up with these terms, they were in a cave basically, right? But the further you move out that cave, you move towards the light, and you start to see those things that actually made those shadows, right? Now imagine you trying to go back into the cave and explain to the people that's in the cave what's really making those shadows. They're not going to believe you. You dig what I'm saying? Because they don't have no concept of that shit. So basically, we trying to make these ancient shadows, we trying to make sense out of them when they really don't make sense, because these people didn't have a framework to see what was actually going on. Modern science has the framework to see what's actually going on. And these ancient people did. Now we can look at it and we can revere it. We can we can give them credit for attempting, right? It could be something sacred in that force, but for us to try to define our modern world with the shadows that they seen back in old, that would be crazy. You feel me?
So yeah, so I'm familiar with that the allegory of Plato, but I don't think it fits good enough for this because this is just a comparison, an analogy for an explanation. Mm-hmm. So in order to explain how something can move, and I blow on it, that breath or wind in my language, for the sake of this conversation, is spiritus. So that spiritus is what that is. And we can see that. There's nothing wrong about that. There's nothing you can't refute that, because I can blow on a ball of paper and you can see it move.
Hey, would y'all?
Yeah.
In the chat, and I think some people still have a misunderstanding of how energy and matter is related. I want to share my screen real quick and just give a brief definition of matter and energy and how they correlate.
Okay, well, let me just finish. Let me just finish what I was saying real quick. So let's take it from the literal and reality that everybody can observe and no one can refute. If I blow on a piece of paper, you see it move, but yet you don't see what's causing it to move. But yet you see the results. So you see it move, but you don't see the cause of it. That analogy, that literal empirical evidence that you're witnessing is used as an explanation to describe what allows us to move. Because here we are, we're moving, and nobody can refute that, but yet we cannot see that which causes us give us the ability to move. You can't see it. So it's an analogy, and this is why people have to understand what analogies are and how analogies are used as explanatory statements and things like that. They're not meant to be you can't be wrong with that when I'm using it as an explanatory thing. So if I say the same thing, I'm not saying that the chemicals and the mitochondria and the nutrition and your metabolic system and how it does all this stuff to your blood is the wind, but I'm giving you the analogy of it. So because we can't see it, and we're unaware of the causal agent that gives us this ability. Likewise, we can't see what's causing these objects to move, but yet we call it spiritus. So that doubled over to what's within humans or causing humans to do it, and they call it the human spirit. So they qualify by the adjective human. They don't say just spirit, they say the human spirit, because animals have a spirit too. Every animate object has a spirit by default because it moves. You see what I'm saying? So that's where that comes from. So it's not that it's wrong. It's just that in their day and time, they use that method of explanations to be able to talk about these things. Now, modern like thunder and lightning, that's rooted in superstition, but then it gradually became they use analogies, but then now modern science, we explain it differently. The causal agents of thunder and lightning itself, what causes that. So that's all I'm gonna say. Like we got to be careful when we say it's wrong, when it's not really, it's not wrong. It's just that we explain it different, and plus we have instruments.
Explain it correctly.
Well, they didn't explain it incorrectly. No, they didn't explain it incorrectly either.
Okay.
No, because we're animated beings. We're animals. We're human animals. Right.
Okay.
So let me ask you what let me ask you, Sheffrin, what gives you the ability to move?
What gives me the ability to move? We already explained that. Energy.
No.
Breath. Like the combination of, you know what I mean?
Energy is the measurement of that capacity, but I'm saying what gives you that ability though?
What you mean? I just answered it.
No.
It wasn't a good answer?
No, I'm saying energy is the measurement of the capacity to do work. So
yeah,
I'm saying
that's what's doing it.
No, it's not actually doing anything. Like, okay, height. Is height doing something?
No, I'm not.
No. Think about it. I mean, no, this is serious. So if height does nothing and can never do anything, it is a measurement. Like, how tall are you, Sheffrin?
5'7".
Okay, so you see how you gave me that answer?
Oh, sure, that Negro.
You but look, you gave me a measurement, and that is an attribute of you, Sheffrin. That's an attribute of you.
Mm-hmm.
But your height doesn't do anything. So energy does not do anything. It is a measurement of the capacity to do work. So that's not what's causing you the ability to move. So that's what I'm saying. So that's why I say I'm not saying you're wrong, but that's not the appropriate answer. I'm saying what gives you the ability to move.
Okay, I got withdrawal. I need you to elaborate on something. I need you to elaborate on something.
If I seen Star Wars correctly, it would be the Force.
Hey, well, I'm gonna share my screen real quick and just read something brief, and I wanted Withdrawal to elaborate, clarify.
As a Star Wars fan, I'm gonna let you have that.
Okay, move your screen, Withdrawal.
Okay, I'm not sharing. You could.
Okay, let me share my screen.
I never liked Star Wars.
That shit phony. I
never got it.
Okay, here we go, Withdrawal. I need you to help me out on this.
You lost points.
Can you hear me, Withdrawal?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can see it.
I need you to help me out on this one. Okay, because people are confused about how matter and energy is related. and this is just a little website for kids to explain matter and energy. Here we go. Here we go. Listen, y'all. We gotta listen. Matter is the substance of which all material is made. Your brain is matter. Your skin is matter. The speakers matter. The everything we're on and talking at and looking at is matter. Okay. Matter is a substance of which all material is made. That means objects which have mass. That means objects that have mass. Energy is used in science to describe how much potential a physical system has to change. In physics, energy is a property of matter. It can be transferred between objects, matter, and converted in form. It cannot be created or destroyed. Real quick, everything in the universe is made up of matter and energy. Matter is anything that has mass and occupies space. Matter describes the physical things around us, the earth, the air you breathe, the pencil. Matter is made up of particles called atoms and molecules. Atoms are particles of elements, substances that cannot be broken down. So you want to elaborate on that for me, Wajaro?
Yeah, can you scroll back up? Yeah. Scroll back up to the top. Yeah, no.
Right here?
No, the top. Is that the top?
Okay, here we go.
Right there, yeah. So I mean, you just read what I always was saying. I always say, energy is a property of matter, and so matter. The reason why I say that the universe is made up of matter and energy is because energy is the measurement of matter. Without matter, there's no energy. Okay, I'll repeat that. Without matter or material, there is no energy, and this is why I say that when even Africans try to describe their own systems and understanding by way of Western languages and stuff, they even miss the mark because they describe things as a substance, as energy, as if it's a thing, but it's really a measurement. And so without matter, or they try to describe immaterial things by way of energy, and you can't have energy and something immaterial, because energy is a property of that which is material, which is matter. Matter is something that takes up space, has mass and take up space. So you can't have that one without the other. And so that just needs to be understood. Now, when it says it cannot be created nor destroyed, these are in systems. You got to understand systems. That's why the second sentence says energy is used in science to describe how much potential a physical system has. So we have to understand what a system is. And so it cannot be created nor destroyed. It is converted. And so we have different types of energy. We have kinetic and potential. Those are the two major categories. And under those, you have chemical, heat, or thermal energy, and all those other kind of things. But they
like when I charge my cell phone, Withdrawal, that energy is transferred to my physical phone, that matter, right?
Yeah. But we have to understand that out of those detailed types of energy, we got thermal, nuclear, and
kinetic and potential energy.
Right, but they all fall within those two. Kinetic and potential are at the top of the food chain. Those are the two top things. So the potential and then kinetic energy. And so that's what the transform comes into. Energy is not an object that can go anywhere, or that it can do something to somebody.
It moves in between matter.
Within a system, it transforms. And so when work is applied, remember, work is when you apply a force to an object and it moves. So check this out. This is funny, but it's absolutely true. Let's say, Sheffrin, let's say there's a big boulder that's blocking your car, blocking you in. You can't drive away until you move this big boulder. And so you spend hours trying to move this big rock out the way of your car. And you're sweating, you get fatigued and the whole nine. You take a break, eat something, come back to it. You're trying to move it. You never move it. It didn't budge. Guess what? In layman's term, you be like, man, I did all that work, man. I bust a sweat. But in reality, you did no work, because work is defined as the application of a force on an object, but causing it to move. So therefore, if it doesn't move, no work is done.
So quick question.
Yeah.
What's the mass of a thought?
I don't know because thoughts you know, that's one of those philosophical questions. I have no idea what the
went
mass of
like
a thought
that's
is.
a real
Plato
question.
with this shit. Like,
No, that's
no.
a real. Hold on. Think about it. If it takes energy to think, then you can measure it.
No, wait. Thinking and the thought are different things, because so you can't do that now. So here's the thing.
It takes energy you have to generate energy to think.
No,
right?
you don't generate energy. That's another misconception.
Well, give me the word that I'm trying to use.
No, but I'm saying, just real quick, what Amber's asking is the mass of a thought. So in order to determine the mass of anything, it has to be a thing. So you have to define it. There's no thing without a definition. So if we're gonna define thoughts, and you know, this is gonna sound all like, oh man, now we got to go through that with the word thought, and nobody probably don't feel like that. And plus, I'm great. Bounce off here in 2 minutes, but you have to understand what thoughts are in order to ask the question, what's the mass of one of them? Because are thoughts the same? Is there a static thought? Is every thought the same? And what is a thought exactly? And so that answer, or that question, is part of what philosophers have been dealing with for a very long time. And now even psychologists and neuropsychologists.
And I only brought it up. I only brought it up because I think Chief X still doesn't understand, and maybe he wasn't addressing me. He still doesn't understand my contention with the energy explanation or definition. And if we're just sticking this to a scientific conversation, I have no problem with that. What I'm saying is there is another definition that addresses energy as being vital to both physical and mental activity.
Okay,
so for me,
let me just break, because you brought that up before. When you say there's a definition of energy that deals with the vitality of say how you said it again.
That deals with the vitality of mental and physical activity.
Okay, so when you're saying the vitality of, and then you fill in the blank of that of, you're saying you're giving it the ability to do work. So the only reason why something is vital, like you say the vitality, you know, deals with life or movement or the ability to move and do work. And so energy is the measurement of that. So without energy, that's what I meant earlier, but I'm saying your definition is the same.
But vitality means energy. Vitality basically means the state of being strong and active. Energy.
So, but that's what I'm saying. Remember, strength is the amount of force that an object can take over a period of time. So strength is a measurement as well. And we just got to get it in our head.
But we're saying energy is the measure of material or matter, right?
It's the measurement of the capacity to do work, which is an attribute of matter.
Matter.
Right.
Just like your height. Just like your height.
Joules, what joules are.
Right. But if
just
thoughts
like
aren't matter and they're immaterial, then how can energy have an effect on them?
It's because your brain is matter.
Well,
and thoughts come from your brain.
So follow me quickly. So the brain is matter. I get that. And we're saying that energy is transferred from object to object or from matter to matter, right? So how would the brain, being the matter, transfer to another material substance? What is that? What does that walk look like?
Okay, like here's a perfect example. We get energy from food. Food is matter. I eat food. I'm a physical being. It transferred energy to me.
Right. I don't have no problem with that. So you said in the comments in the chat that without thoughts or without consciousness, that or these signals to the brain, your brain tells the rest of your body what to do, right?
Yeah.
Same thing with.
Yeah.
So if your brain is telling your body what to do, and one of those means being by way of thoughts, then again,
what is the conductor for the brain telling these things what to do? Because thought would have to be.
Withdrawal said thought is an
at
action.
some point, huh?
I think withdrawal said thought is an action.
No, I was saying that the act of thinking and then the thought itself, because thought, we gotta be clear, because thought is the past tense of think, right?
Yeah, you've already done it. You've already done it.
Right. So you have to understand, in order for us to think, our ability to think, it is an action. It is work. It is something being done.
It requires energy.
And without energy, you will not have that ability. And so we're confusing what we're calling as mental constructs, and we're calling them thoughts, plural. And then we're acting like those are actual things, or you're asking, how is energy affecting that? But energy is the capacity to do work, to even think in the first place.
Right. It's thinking.
Yeah, thinking requires energy. Yeah.
Not in the thought, it's in the thinking. And that verb to think, that action, that's what the energy is in.
That's why we have to, listen, I'm gonna tell you, like I read, I mean, I on the slide, I only presented a little snip, 2 sentences, but if you read the study, it's a serious issue among even beginner physics students, these entry-level physics students. That's why they did the study. They did a big study about the conceptualization of all these different things. And they see that man, we use it wrongly in everyday speech, which is fine. Like it doesn't have any consequence when we just have our everyday talking. But when you study it and have to document this, that, and the third, it becomes an issue.
I blame spiritual people for confusing people.
Yeah, they jumbled everything up.
They fucked it all up.
It's just when you take a conversation from layman to expert, like everything expands like that. Even if you take something as simple as lactose intolerance, right? With the layman, that's all you got to say. But if you take that to the expert, bro, that word is going to expand into so many a minute definition to explain every way. And you know what I'm saying? And that's just how.
And I was very confused. I'm gonna tell the truth. So I used to always say withdrawal was brilliant, and he is, So I remember I had to listen to about 2-3 lectures on energy and spirit and spirituality and things like that for me to kind of get a halfway grasp on it. And I haven't even took a college course on it. So it just, sometimes you may not just get it from a simple question and answer. You got to just kind of really dig and start reading and pulling up this stuff and just listening to it,
But I think what will help you out, Amber, though, is like if you could separate the act of thinking, like that phenomenon that we carry out called thinking, from the thought itself, because in that sense, and when we use it that way, we're really talking about memory. We're talking about a memory, because thought is a past thing. It's
right.
Like it's thoughts.
Thought is the byproduct of thinking.
There you go. And thinking is it takes work. Like we actually are doing something when we say we're thinking.
Go ahead, Chef Ron. That was a good way to put it.
Yeah, and so that's why thought is a past tense of think, but we've personified it as an object, and we pluralize it and say thoughts, my thoughts, but we're really saying my memory. When we say my thoughts, is that which it results from me thinking, which are stored in the past tense. Now I'm calling them thoughts past tense or memory past tense.
Yeah, because you hook that shit up to your brain.
Hold up,
I forgot what it is. The minute you start thinking, your shit's gonna start firing, bro. Your brain.
Yeah, the EEG machine. So now check this out. So nobody will ever think of a memory in the future. Like the word memory and future does not coincide. Memory is always
past tense.
Right, it's always looked at in the past tense, even though it doesn't have a past tense form.
That was fucking sharp. I never thought about that with y'all.
Right, you can't have a future.
No one can have a memory in future.
Right, you don't ever do that. So memory is synonymous with thoughts, and so the thoughts are, like Sheffrin said, which is
byproduct of thinking. Yeah,
it's a result, right? It's a consequence of thinking, and the thinking
energy to think.
Exactly, the capacity to do work. We have to have that capacity in order to think, And the results of that thinking are those thoughts, i.e. memory. And so we have to make sure we separate that when we have, these particular conversations. But every day, like I said, listen, in everyday conversation, ain't nobody gonna sit down and start breaking down words and stuff. And there's no need to. But if you're gonna take time out and have a discussion, which is what scientists do all the time, you have to stick to the nomenclature though. You have to understand that, and that's just the bottom line.
And understand where you ventured on to philosophy when you move past science and get to philosophical discussion.
Yeah, but hey, I got to roll out. So listen, hey, but these kind of conversations, I definitely don't mind. So if y'all gonna spin up another conversation like this, man, make sure y'all shoot me an invite.
Yeah, because I was so tired of y'all talking about COVID every damn day.
If you need to.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, listen.
Hey, it was the middle of the pandemic, Chief.
Hey, no, listen, y'all, listen. I this is my suggestion. If y'all had a suggestion box, this is what I put in it right now. You need to have another good roundtable discussion about that pandemic viral video. Okay, it's called Plandemic. Yes, if you haven't heard of it yet, you definitely will. Just YouTube Plandemic. You're gonna see it everywhere. YouTube has been taking it down, but it's an upcoming documentary for the summer. But they've been releasing clips, and there's a big clip that went viral.
I'm gonna check it out tonight. I'm gonna put a plan.
It's called Plandemic, and I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna conjure a whole conversation about this thing again. So, and to me, it's necessary, man.
Why did you mention it, Wujawu?
I ain't gonna look at it. I'm not gonna even contribute to that damn.
Nah, you listen. You're gonna be forced to. I guarantee you, because that's how viral it went, and it's so viral that even the experts have to address it.
Hey, Wujaro, before you go, bro, this is see, because things change so much with this COVID thing. That's why I haven't really been making all videos on it, because I might have been right about something today and then been about it a week later.
You missed
because I was watching. I listened to this black. I think he was a surgeon. No. He was a infectious disease expert. Basically, he was a virologist. Okay, and he was saying that just going in the bathroom and washing your hands with soap is not really gonna get rid of the COVID virus. He said it clings to your skin and clothes. He said in the hospitals where he, as a virologist, what they use is another type of special soap. I don't know the name of it, but it starts with the H. And he said that's what people need. So I'm like, God damn, I'm washing my hands and ain't really.
The video we just seen on that we displayed, it shows clearly how it deactivated. Because viruses ain't that strong. It was just how that soap deactivates it, and the suds just pushes it off your hand. Basically, you need something that lathers.
Yeah, I heard that. That's what he spoke on. He spoke about that, but he added, he said, sometimes just with regular soap, they have a special soap they use. He was basically trying to say, yeah, I mean, washing hands is good, but sometimes them viruses cling. I don't know, maybe the COVID virus is built different. I'm not sure.
It's
but
the devil.
It clings a little harder. And he said just a simple washing of your hands may not do it.
Hey, Wujawu, hey, this crazy because 4 people sent me this video, Plandemic.
Oh, Lord.
Part 1, but I never watched it. 4 people sent it to me today in my Facebook Messenger.
I told you.
I didn't watch it because I thought it was some bullshit.
I mean,
4 people that sent it to you, they already know you the one.
No, listen, y'all.
By
listen,
Judy
Mikovits. Yeah, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all, you don't have to watch it, but you're gonna be kind of forced to watch it because that's the new talk right now. I'm gonna tell y'all because the whole documentary is not even out yet. It's supposed to be out in June, but they released her portion of it, and she's a central person for the last 15 years, with anti-vaxxing and she's going against Fauci. She's claiming.
Oh shit! Somebody sent me that now that you mentioned that.
Yeah, somebody sent it to me, right?
I responded to him. I feel bad now that you said that. I said I don't pay attention to that fake ass news.
No, but listen, Chief X, you're right. You're right in your description of it, but you need to be aware of what they're
The
saying in it.
argument's gonna be.
Yeah,
Okay, I
because
got you.
because it needs to be
So
addressed.
it's fake news mixed with some kind of.
Man, it's
We're here
crazy.
polite. We're here polite.
Always,
It's crazy. No, they
it'll be
listen.
on
They
Sunday.
already use it. Listen, go on Facebook. They already people like that are already using it as their smoking gun. Like that. Like. Have you seen the new documentary? I mean, it's crazy out there right now.
Oh, Sinetta gonna play at the mud in.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
It's
Oh, see this new white woman.
It's
telling
crazy
us the
out there.
truth.
Yep, a virologist, a PhD. She has a PhD. She's a virologist. She used to work at she used to work with Dr. Fauci and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Man, they gonna eat that up. Watch, I'm telling y'all.
Yeah, so a lot of these most of these conspiracy theorists, they are masters at putting video clips together.
Yep.
And music with it, the emotional music, and they know when to do this.
Listen,
and they just
got it
masters
all.
at this shit.
They
I used to
got
get
it
caught
all.
up in all them conspiracy videos, Clinton, and all that other stuff.
They got it all. So listen, so that I'm telling y'all about it. So if y'all happen to watch it, because I can't discuss it right now until y'all watch it, until somebody else around me watches it. Otherwise I'm just telling y'all something y'all ain't seen before. So it's crazy. So if y'all do get around to watching it and have a conversation about it, let me know, because that's just some interesting stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm out of here too with y'all.
Well, we know damn well Unbiased is all over it.
No, I told him.
Unbiased is sleeping.
No, but trust and believe he's gonna hear about it.
Yeah, you know what Unbiased is doing right now?
He heard about it already. I told I
Wait a minute with y'all. You know what Unbiased is doing right now?
He was
loving on the BBW.
Yeah, he's up in there cupcaking and he's begging, he's praying, he's begging.
He's praying. All right, y'all. Hey, but that's a good conversation. If y'all spin this conversation up again, let me know, or the other thing. Invite me, because sometimes I'll be missing out. Because I ain't into the circus stuff, but these kind of conversations, all right.
Okay, I'm out, y'all too. I'm out.
All right, peace, y'all.
All right.
Still got the link. Let's see what's going on, man. Easy bands and all things popping. It's my damn nemesis. That damn background. All right, y'all. Man, appreciate y'all coming out. Amber, I'm gonna wrap it up. You got anything?
Yeah, I'm up out of here. I said it in the chat. I don't know if too many people heard it, but I do believe my oldest son has COVID-19. He hasn't been able to taste or smell for about the past 2 weeks.
That's COVID, like for real.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. So he's elected not to test. He just gonna take the antibody test once it passes. But yeah, that's it. I mean, I'm actually kind of happy because my son that's asthmatic, so I was really scared for him to get it. But that's the only symptom he has, and it's it's probably 2 weeks now or a little longer. So I guess I'm feeling a lot better because he hasn't had any breathing problems or nothing like that. He's been pretty good. And then since we in such close proximity, I have to only assume that me and my youngest have it too.
Yeah, I better be extra careful. I mean, because like with my homegirl, like it can turn. Like one day she was good, and then but normally when she got to the no smell part, she was getting towards the end of it. So, but your son's younger, but you see asthmatic though. But
yeah, so we've been keeping a close eye on it. Been limiting. I that's why I went to the grocery store. We just been kind of ordering in, and just because I'm trying to give us enough time to where I can really feel like we in the clear. Because he don't want to test, but I think I may test. I don't know.
Going outside? You been going outside?
No.
How the hell you get COVID?
The extent of where he's gone is he's gone downstairs to get our food, and he's gone downstairs to pick up parcels out of our Amazon hub. But that's it.
Dang. Well, I hope everything's good. It goes well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you said they're gonna give you a test though. Like they might even give you the test. They're gonna be like, assume you got it. But I mean, it's kind of easing up now, so maybe they might be a little more lenient about.
Well, yeah, they sent our health clinic that we use. They sent an email that they're doing drive-through testing now. So if you have at least one of the symptoms, they'll test you. So I don't really have any symptoms though. Like I said, I thought I had it a while ago, like when it first came out, well, when it first got popular. So I haven't had any symptoms. So I'm not really like, I don't really want to lie. I was more so gonna get him tested, but since he don't want to get tested, I might just wait on the antibody or unless I have some symptoms.
For sure. It only makes sense. Like I said, unless you even going down there, you going in the area where that shit's at.
Right.
Like,
Right.
If it ain't
Car,
necessary,
no car.
yeah. If it ain't necessary, shit.
Yeah. But that's it. But it was great talking to you guys tonight.
All right, Amber. Sure. I guess I'll talk to you later.
All right.
All right. Peace to the chat.